Lui, ça nous faisons. Non, ça, c'est une boulette. Ouais. Oui, non. Il ne veut pas de français. Non. Non, j'ai dit, Eala, disons, il va accepter. Kisimana.
Murazi emeride ariko ararahira systeme bagira baraza akantu k'akantu bazana hariya muri WhatsApp gana akaba acanyira agapatiyo kanya baraza kukamuti
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of the society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people, we beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interest you have committed to us. Amen.
Amen. Agenda item number 1 in the order paper, administration of oath.
Honorable members, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I rise to
Good
notify you that at the bar of the house, we have ministers, deputy ministers who were appointed to be in charge of East African community affairs in their respective countries. We have the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Cooperation and East African Community from Rwanda. We have the Minister of State for Regional Integration from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation from Tanzania. They would like to take oath now. However, in accordance with Rule 5 of our Rules of Procedure, the respective ministers can only take their seats in this assembly after taking the oath of allegiance to the East African Community Treaty. This being a hybrid plenary, and considering the ministers are attending virtually, Rule 9 of Annex 10 of our rules shall apply. Rule 9, Part 2 of Annex 10 to the Rules of Procedure specify that when, let's read it, it's better. When a member, this is in Part 5, when a member first attempts to take his or her seat other than at first sitting of a new house, he or she shall be brought to the table by 2 members or 2 members and presented by them to the speaker, who shall then administer the oath of or affirmation of allegiance to him or her. We shall start in this order. We can start by Honorable General Retired James Kabarebe. Yes. Yes, of course, you can introduce him. Honorable Ndangiza, you can introduce him.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have the honor to introduce to this House Honorable General Retired Kabarebe James, who is the new minister recently appointed to be in charge, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in charge of regional cooperation since September 27th, 2023. Honorable Minister has previously served in different positions, including but not limited to Minister of Defense, Senior Defense and Security Advisor to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Rwanda, and Chief of Defense Staff of Rwanda Defense Force. Honorable General Retired Kabarebe James holds a bachelor's degree in Arts in Economics and Political Science from Makerere University. And honorable members, I really want to tell you that the community is privileged to have a person of his caliber who has all the leadership qualities and the required experience from his past previous work experience at home, especially in matters related to peace and security. He is a leader who has contributed not only in rebuilding our country, but was active in the liberation of Rwanda and the stopping of genocide against Tutsi. And he continues to inspire many Rwandans, especially the young people. So I really want to say that we are honored as an assembly to have him as our minister. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndangiza. Honorable members, in exercise of his powers to appoint members of his cabinet, His Excellency General Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, appointed the Honorable General Retired James Kabarebe as Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in charge of regional cooperation on 27th September 2023. The Honorable Kabarebe has a long-standing military history where he served with distinctions rising to a general in the Rwandan army. He also has a distinguished career in the government service of Rwanda at different levels, including but not limited to Minister of Defense and Security Advisor to His Excellency, the President of Rwanda, and Chief of Defense Staff of the Rwanda Defense Forces. As you have heard it, Honorable Kabarebe holds a bachelor's degree in arts, economics, and political science from Makerere University. I therefore request Honorable General Retired James Kabarebe to take oath.
I, General Retired Kabarebe James, do swear that I will give true and faithful service to this assembly, and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the East African community, and will preserve, protect, and defend the treaty for the establishment of the East African community as by law established. So help me God.
We have to we congratulate you, and we recognize your experience and vast knowledge that will help Eala and East African integration. I now give you, Honorable Minister, Honorable General, I give you the opportunity to address the House.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair of the Council, Honorable members of Eala, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Today, I'm honored and privileged to be among the ex-officio members of the 5th East African Legislative Assembly, Eala. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to take the oath of allegiance to the treaty today. I do commend the great work Eala has done since its establishment, which includes the enactment of laws that act the integration process, among others. I'm humbled to be part of this important journey and committed to work with the Assembly in moving forward the agenda of Eala, as well as the interest of the community for the benefit of our East African citizens. I thank you so much.
You are welcome. Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are sure that your experience and your knowledge, as I said before, will benefit our community, and we remain thankful to His Excellency President Kagame to have appointed you as the Minister of let me read it well so that I cannot make any mistake. A Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in charge of regional cooperation. Thank you. Now, let's go to the next one. Honorable Stephen Lujwahuka Biabato. Honorable members, in the exercise of her powers to appoint ministers in the cabinet of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency President Samia Hassan Suluhu, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, appointed Honorable Stephen Lujwahuka Biabato as the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation. Honorable Stephen is a member of Parliament and an advocate. He has a long-standing and distinguished service career in the government of the United States of Tanzania, where he is currently the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation. He was previously the Deputy Minister for Energy. He also worked as a legal officer and magistrate. The Honorable Biabato also serves as a member of the youth wing of the CCM party, the ruling party, Chama cha Mapinduzi. He has a master's degree from Zumbe University, a bachelor's of law degree from Tumaini University, and postgraduate diploma in law. I therefore request Umeanza? Who can introduce him? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is Dr. Magembe.
Honorable Magembe, you can introduce him. I had also Honorable Makame who was ready. You can do it both.
Oh, if Dr. Makame is ready, Right Honorable Speaker, I yield the floor to him. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, allow me to congratulate the most recent and the youngest member of this House, the Honorable General James Kabarebe. He's the youngest member, but he will hold that record for a very short while because it is soon going to be broken. And now, Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting before this House my brother, Honorable Stephen Lujiwahuka Biabato. Stephen Lujiwahuka Biabato, as you had alluded earlier, is a member of parliament from one of very, very important constituencies of the United Republic of Tanzania, the constituency of Bukoba, a very competitive constituency. You have to have muscles to get to that seat.
Bukoba.
And Mr. Speaker, Stephen Biabato, Honorable, served the political career for a while. He's groomed up in the UVCCM, that is Umoja wa Vijana, the youth league of the Chama cha Mapinduzi. So he has been in the preparatory funnel for a long time. And that is why once he made it to the seat of parliament, then the appointing authority deemed it fit to appoint him as the Deputy Minister for Energy. And where he served diligently, but in the recent reshuffle that was undertaken by Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, she was pleased and deemed it fit to appoint our brother Stephen Lujiwahuka Biabato as the minister, deputy minister in the Ministry of EAC, Foreign Affairs and EAC. And he's coming in that ministry to bolster the capacity of the ministry, as probably you might have seen and have been experiencing earlier, that our ministers were very, very busy looking after both dockets, the dockets of the Foreign Affairs and the dockets of EAC. Now, the president saw it fit that she provides additional resources so that EAC would get the attention it deserves. And for that particular reason, she designated Honorable Stephen Biabato, the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and EAC of the United Republic of Tanzania. It is my pleasure and singular honor to present him to this House for swearing in. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You are welcome. Honorable Stephen, you can take your oath.
He's on mute. He's on mute.
I, Stephen Lujua Biabato, do swear that I will give true and faithful service to this assembly, and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the East Africa community, and will preserve, protect, and defend the treaty for the establishment of the East Africa community as by law established. So help me God.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you.
Welcome you in this house. And we immediately give you an opportunity to address this assembly.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairman, honorable members of the Assembly, habari ya mchana. Honorable Speaker, it is my pleasure to be here today and to get this opportunity to take oath of allegiance to the House and the East Africa Legislative Assembly. I'm not new. By reading, hearing, and listening to what you have always done to the community. The Assembly being one of the key organs of the community, I am happy that Our Excellency President Samia has appointed me to serve as the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and East Africa community to add more power, as my brother Makame said. We are coming from the Ministry of Energy. I assure you we have what it takes and we have energy to serve with you to make sure that we realize what our leaders has always been looking for in the community. And I would like to commend you, Honorable Speaker, but also the other members whom are hand to you to make sure that your work of leading these honorable members representing their countries is done in a way that serves the best interest of the community. And as I have recently sworn in, I assure you, Honorable Speaker, and the other members that I will fully participate into making sure that my country is represented, but the community also is represented in the matters which we are together looking forward to achieve. And having said that, I thank you all, and I hope I'll get your cooperation and we together move forward as one. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. The next is Honorable Antipas Mbusa Nyamwisi. Is he there?
I am there.
He's there. Papa is there. Honorable members, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to introduce Honorable Antipas Mbusa Nyamwisi, Minister of Regional Integration, Minister of State of International Regional Integration in DRC. The less I can tell is that Honorable Antipas Mbusa Nyamwisi obtained his degree in sociology in 1988 in the University of Kisangani. After that, he began his political career, which is very rich, as we will see. From 2003 to 2006, Antipas Mbusa Nyamwisi was Minister of Regional Cooperation. From 2007 to 2008, he was appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs and the International Cooperation. From 2009 to 2011, he was appointed Minister of Decentralization and the Territorial Planning. From 2011 to 2018, he has been a parliament member, national deputy in DRC. And since the year 2023, till now update, is the Minister of State of Regional Integration. Yeah. Before ending, I want to show his double vision. The first one is, he said, may Africa live as an oasis of peace and development. The second one is, may the populations of Africa live together in peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, in exercise of his powers to appoint members of the cabinet of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, His Excellency President Felix Etienne Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, has appointed the Honorable Antipas Mbusa Nyamwisi as a Minister in charge of Regional Cooperation on 24th March 2023. Honorable Mbusa Nyamwisi heads the Forces for Renewal political party. He previously served in several government offices as Minister of Decentralization, Urban and Regional Planning until 2011, when he resigned to run for president. He also served as Minister for Foreign Affairs from 2007 to 2008. Honorable Nyamwisi also served as a member of the political bureau Together for Change. He holds a bachelor's degree in sociology, as we heard it, from the University of Kisangani. Now, Honorable Mbusa Nyamwisi, you can take your oath.
I, Antipas Mbusa Nyamwisi, do swear that I will give true and faithful service to this assembly, and I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the East African community, and will preserve, protect, and defend the treaty for the establishment of East African community as by law established. So help me God.
Immediately, I give you, Honorable Minister, to an opportunity to address the House.
Honorable Speaker
Yes.
and honorable member of Eala, maybe that I will talk it in Swahili because I think you are many kusikia Kiswahili.
Unfortunately, Kiswahili and French, we are fighting to get them on board, and it's very soon. And the treaty that have to get amended very, very soon allows only English. But if you have said a few words, it's fine.
Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Honorable Minister.
I have even my translator not far from me.
Good.
I want to say, Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
Honorable member of Eala and dear colleague, that I'm very happy to be part of you.
Very good.
As you know, I am minister from some month, maybe 5, but I never done this exercise. It's first time. Now I am a full member of the assembly, and I am happy for that. And I understand what means that the responsibility which
come with the role.
We've come
That comes with the role.
that comes of the roles. And I think hand by hand, we will continue our journey of building peaceful and united and prosperity
Prosperous.
East African and all Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. But your English is better than mine. That's true.
But we have maybe to go fast to solve that problem of communication.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay.
So we benefit from you. You are welcome in this house as ex-official member.
Thank you.
Good.
Agenda item number 2, the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I have 3 items to address you. First one is that I wish to inform you that in Burundi, we appointed a new minister in charge of East African community. He was appointed yesterday, and before he had served as our ambassador of Burundi in URT for more than 8 years. And we hope that he will have to take oath very soon. His name is Gervais. Gervais, what is the other name? Honorable Gervais Abayeho. The second thing to communicate about is it's not a good news, it's a sad one. As you are aware, everyone knows. One of our colleagues from Kenya chapter, Honorable Maina, he has lost his father. And we condoled him. And as a speaker, I will go to Kenya and participate on the burial of his father on Wednesday, 11th. The last thing to inform you is a good one. We have one of our colleagues from Uganda chapter who's getting married on 21st of October, Honorable Amongin. Yes, she's getting married. If you can join, very good. She's our colleagues, and I think we will have to support her. Honorable Makame. Now after this, we Honorable Chair of DP, Honorable Mukulia, Clerk, can we proceed? Good.
Item number 4, the order paper, laying of papers.
Number 4, number 3.
So item number 3, the order paper, laying of papers.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson of General Purpose Committee, lay your report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to lay before this assembly the report of the committee on general purpose on the returned East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2, 2023. Okay, I repeat, I wish to lay before this assembly the report of the Committee on General Purpose Committee on the returned East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1, 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Proceed. Honorable members, you will recall that on 19th September, I referred the 2 returned bills, the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1, 2023, and the East African Appropriation Bill 2023 to the General Purpose Committee for consideration and the report therefrom. The committee has worked on the 2 bills, and now it's time to report. I call the chair of the committee to move the motion.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the returned East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1, 2023 be adopted. I beg to move.
Seconders? We have Honorable Kimgai, Dr. Makame, Honorable Anastas, Honorable everyone. Chair of the committee, proceed with the report and justifications.
Is that report? One. I need one to lay.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, once the report on the Appropriation Bill 2023-2024 is brought, I will then lay it before the House and then read later. For now, let's proceed with the supplementary. I beg your indulgence. Thank you so much for understanding. Introduction. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 4th of April 2023, the Chairperson Council of Ministers tabled before the House the supplementary budget of United States $16,408. 16 million. Is that what I said? Oh, okay, fine. 16,408,045. The Right Honorable Speaker referred the two budgets requests to the Committee on General Purpose for consideration. Accordingly, the committee considered the budget requests which were approved by the Assembly on the 15th of June, 2023. In his letter dated 5th of July, 2023, addressed to the Clerk of the Assembly, His Excellency Ambassador Jean-Pierre Masala, on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Congo, expressed objection to the assent to the Supplementary Appropriation Bill and the EAC Appropriation Bill as in Annex 1. In her letter dated 27th of July 2023, addressed to the Clerk of the Assembly, Honorable Dr. Stergomena Tax, Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, United Republic of Tanzania, expressed objection to the same bills and noted that her country will not assent to the said bills as in Annex 2. In his letter dated 28th of July 2023, addressed to the Clerk of the Assembly, the Minister of EAC Affairs, Youth and Culture, Republic of Burundi, and Chairperson EAC Council of Ministers, Honorable Ezekiel Nibigira, requested the Assembly to fast-track the finalization of the approval of the two appropriation bills given here as Annex 3. Further to the above, on the 22nd of August 2023, Honorable Dr. Stergomena Tax, Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, United Republic of Tanzania, in response to the letter of the Clerk of the Assembly dated 18th August 2023, reiterated her country's withholding of assent and urged the Assembly to reconsider the two bills, here attached as Annex 4. In his letter dated 13th of September, addressed to the Right Honorable Speaker, the Chairperson, Council of Ministers urged the Assembly to urgently reconvene and finalize the approval process for the two bills, here annexed as 5. From the time of receipt of the letter from His Excellency Pierre Masala in July up to the month of September 2023, the East African Legislative Assembly Commission, in consultation with the Council of Ministers, held a number of meetings to address this matter, which culminated into the special sitting of the Assembly that was held on 19th of September 2023. At this special sitting, the Right Honorable Speaker referred the two bills to the Committee on General Purpose for reconsideration. The committee convened in Arusha on the 26th of September to the 2nd of October to consider this matter. The methodology employed. During the reconsideration of the two bills, the Committee A interfaced with the Chairperson, Council of Ministers, the Secretary General, the Council to the Community, heads of organs and institutions, and other relevant officers to the community. B, scrutinize and consider the aforementioned letters of objection from the two partner states, the letters from the Chairperson, Council of Ministers, and the two appropriation bills. C, also made reference to the EAC Treaty, the EAC Budget Act, the EAC Financial Rules and Regulation, the Eala Rules of Procedure, and other instruments of the community. D, which is missing here, interface with a purported committee that was formed by the Secretariat to address this matter. Observation. The three letters from His Excellency Ambassador Masala of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Honorable Dr. Stergomena Tax, the Minister for URT, challenged the powers of the Assembly to make reallocation within the budget of the community. The committee would like to reiterate that during the consideration and approval of the EAC budget, the Assembly is empowered to make variations, including reallocations within and across organs and institutions as per the provisions of Article 132.5 and 49.2b of the treaty, read together with Section 4.3 and 5 and Section 7.3 of the EAC Budget Act. In the letters, it is alleged that the Assembly failed to respect the ceiling set by the Council of Ministers. The committee would like to state that the Assembly approved the supplementary budget of United States dollar 16,408,045 cents. This is in accordance with Article 132 of the treaty and Rule 76 of the Eala Rules of Procedure. Out of this amount, the Assembly authorized expenditure of United States dollars 11,904,329 through the enactment of the EAC Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023. The Assembly directed that a sum of United States dollar 4,503,716 goes to the General Reserve Fund because the community could not implement the programs that were meant to be funded by these resources due to legal issues and failure of the Council to provide a comprehensive roadmap for the integration of the Democratic Republic of Congo. While exercising its mandate under Article 132.5 and 42B of the treaty and Section 4.3 and 4 and Section 7.3 of the EAC Budget Act, the Assembly reserves the right not to approve budgets for projects that is not satisfied with. The Assembly always exercises this power fairly, reasonably, and judiciously. The Assembly states the appropriation of funds for translation equipments until the amendment of Article 137 of the treaty to provide for Kiswahili and French as additional official languages of the community. The letters from the Democratic Republic of Congo, the United Republic of Tanzania, and the Council of Ministers request that the Assembly do reconsider the appropriation bill for the financial year 2022-2023 under Article 132.7 of the treaty that provides the financial year of the community shall run from 1st of July to 30th of June every year. Regulation 29.1 of the EAC Financial Rules and Regulation provides that appropriation shall be available to meet obligation for the financial year to which they relate. While Regulation 29.2 of the Financial Rules permits expenditures up to 30th of September. This is only an obligation incurred before 30th of June. Therefore, it is not legally permissible to reconsider the EAC Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1, 2023, whose books of accounts were closed and audit was going on at the time of considering this report. The committee therefore recommends that the Assembly maintains the position taken on 15th June 2023 when the House passed the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1, 2023. The committee reiterates the earlier recommendation of the Assembly urging the Council of Ministers to expedite the amendment of the treaty to provide for the use of Kiswahili and French as additional languages of the community. The committee also recommends to the Assembly that the Council of Ministers prioritize the procurement of translation equipments once the necessary legal reforms are in place. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you.
Honorable members, the motion that we have on the floor is that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the returned East African Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1, 2023 be adopted. Now the debate is open. Debate is open. If there is any, Honorable Ndagiza. In the ball accord.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I arise to support the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the returned East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1, 2023. But at the outset, I would like to congratulate the members of the Council from the United Republic of Rwanda, United Republic of Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, who were sworn in today. Congratulations, and we look forward to working closely with you. Right Honorable Speaker, as already explained eloquently by our able chair, the committee, during its deliberation, immediately when you assigned us to reconsider the supplementary bill and the appropriation bill, made sure that we consulted widely all the key stakeholders, especially those who were concerned with the letters that were raised by the United Republic of Tanzania and the Democratic Republic of Congo. And Right Honorable Speaker, we did this work, although there were some legal challenges, as already highlighted in the report, but as a committee, we tried to look at the big picture and also the broader interests of the EAC community to try and see how we can resolve this impasse. So whatever is in this report is really a summary of what we were able to do. We had time to interrogate all the letters, and where we felt there was need to improve on our budget, we did it, as you see later in the appropriation bill. But where we felt like in the case of this supplementary, that this bill has been overtaken by time. So legally, but also even in the normal accounting, you can never appropriate again a budget of the past financial year, yet you are in a new financial year. And I just wanted to highlight that the committee, to be able to address to some of the concerns raised in particular by both the United Republic of Tanzania and the Democratic Republic of DRC, in particular on the ceilings, as was clearly mentioned. The ceilings, we never went beyond the ceilings provided by the council. But of course, in appropriation, whereas we approved all the amount, but when it came to appropriation, we are so mindful, one, to do what was to be done legally, but secondly, we know that this is hard-earned taxpayers' money, and therefore, we had to ensure that whatever item was appropriated passed eligibility test. And where there were cases of duplication, cases of double budgeting, cases of wastage of resources, cases where, like the case of the procurement of the translation facilities to facilitate the French, although we respect fully the decision of our summit members, and of course understand the importance of members and communities, especially country partner states that have French as their official language and Kiswahili, but whatever I wanted to do had to conform to the treaty, in particular Article 137 of the treaty. So clearly, in our recommendation, in our June meeting, when we passed this supplementary, and this time around, is to request to the council. And I'm happy that the DRC minister is here. I want to urge the council that probably you even organize an extraordinary council meeting to discuss how you can fast track the amendment of the treaty, because it is in the powers of the council. Fast track it not only for the introduction of French and Kiswahili, but also on other pending matters. And to make sure that the Assembly wanted to contribute to this matter, to resolution of this matter, even in the appropriation bill, you will see, Right Honorable Speaker, that this committee even appropriated some money to the CTC's office so that they can fast track amendments to the treaty to address this impasse. So without taking much of the time, I just want to request our council members. It is now 3 months down the road. The community is paralyzed. The operations of the community are paralyzed, especially for the Assembly and the Court of Justice that receive only money from our partner states, because others at least have projects, but even those projects have to be appropriated. So in the interest of the community moving forward, I really want to urge our ministers to move ahead and assent the bills and also accept the proposal of the General Purpose Committee to allow this supplementary bill. Of course, it collapsed, there's nothing we can do much about it, but come up with a fresh supplementary bill and committed and some committed priorities be brought in a fresh supplementary, but allow this community to move on. Honorable members, I submit and request you that you support the committee report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give the floor to Honorable Akol.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my submissions with regard to the resubmitted supplementary appropriation bill number 1, 2023. First and foremost, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to welcome our 4 ministers that have been sworn in today as members of this August House, Right Honorable. I would like to welcome Honorable Kabarebe, our minister from Rwanda. I would also like to welcome Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister Stephen from the United Republic of Tanzania. I would also like to welcome the Honorable Minister Antipas Mbusa Nyamwisi from the Republic of Congo, and our Minister Jove Avahiru from the Republic of Burundi. Sorry if I've mentioned your name.
That's good.
I will correct the pronunciations as we go on. So you're most welcome to this August House. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Committee of General Purpose and our chair for the work well done. We went through this resubmitted documents, including the letters the ministers wrote. And indeed, this is our report. I would like to reconfirm. Right Honorable Speaker, maybe to avoid this kind of mistakes, I won't call it a mistake, Right Honorable, because a budget, be it an ordinary budget that like the appropriation we are going to reconsider again, or a supplementary budget, is time bound, as we have reported here. A budget is for a financial year. And our financial year runs from 1st July to 30th June. It is the reason every year this assembly sits to consider a budget, for a given financial year. So this was a supplementary for a given financial year, which runs from 1st July to 30th June 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, we are now in October. This is the 4th month since we passed this supplementary. It is very ridiculous for anyone to think that this assembly is going to go back in time and again look at this bill and perhaps make adjustment and again come here to present a bill that expired on 30th June in accordance with our treaty. It expired on 30th June, 2023. So, honestly, Right Honorable Speaker, for the future, if this assembly passes a supplementary, I want to request those in the position to accept or reject to do it within that very financial year. That is when reconsideration can take place, and then we resubmit to the assembly. But when we cross 30th June, when we cross the financial year to which that budget relates, it becomes a budget that is already redundant and cannot be looked at again. And as Honorable Fatuma said, these are matters now before the Audit Commission to be looked into. And indeed, we passed what we passed in accordance with the treaty, our rules, and even the financial rules and regulations of this community. So it is within our powers to determine. That's what the treaty says, we determine. And the Budget Act says we review. So this is the house that has powers of appropriation. Therefore, when it determines, it can vary. It can vary what has been brought before it. So in this circumstance, we are not a rubber stamp parliament. The treaty authorizes us, gives us the powers to review and determine. So that's exactly what we did. And in determining, we approved as a house, we approved the 16 million which was presented in the supplementary. But when it came to appropriation, we determined that we can only appropriate the 11 million which we appropriated, for expenditure by the community. And the balance, we recommended it be retained in the reserve fund. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as my colleague has said, this is now a new financial year. Our Council of Ministers are free to submit a new supplementary for this new financial year if they feel there are items that could have been omitted, or there are some emergencies they feel we can look at and consider as a house for appropriation for such resources to be utilized in furtherance of the activities of the community. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by thanking my colleagues, members of the GP committee, and I support the report, and I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is virtual. I'm not seeing members from.
Mr. Speaker.
Certain states. Virtually.
Mr. Speaker, sir, can you hear me?
Can we stop there? Okay, you have the floor. Member Kanini.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank our chair for every moving motion, and maybe for the benefit of the members who are not here, because I think I put down members saying that we have just gotten the report. The report that we have today is exactly copy of what we passed in the last session, because there is nothing that we have changed in this supplementary. There was nothing to change. Supplementary budgets, I know budgets are time bound and you cannot extend that time. If you want to make any changes, bring another supplementary. And that is what we enforced by stating that there is nothing that we are changing in this supplementary. If there is any changes that needs to be done, they can be done in another supplementary. So for the benefit of the members who are saying that you have not gotten copies on time, those are some of the challenges that we are also going through, because some of these decisions we through consultation, we arrived at these decisions later in the afternoon. And I think that could also be a challenge of time. Honorable Speaker, I also want to congratulate the new ministers who have been sworn in from DRC, from URT, and also from Rwanda. And I want to specifically identify what the Minister for DRC, how he requested, Honorable Speaker, if he could give a speech in Kiswahili or any other language. And you are quick to tell him that it is not possible, because in our treaty, it is not allowed to do that. Honorable Speaker, we sympathize and empathize with our members from DRC who have been having difficulties following some of the proceedings. And definitely, for sure, they need the translation equipment. However, Honorable Speaker, it will just take a day or two or a week for the council to make the necessary amendment to the treaty so that we can accommodate them. Honorable Speaker, if the treaty was to be changed by this assembly, would have done it like yesterday, because we understand the challenges. So we are throwing back the ball to the council to make sure that they fast track the enactment of the treaty, to make sure that Kiswahili and French are adopted as languages of the House. But with that, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the committee or the team burned midnight oil. The Honorable Speaker, like yesterday, we stayed in the committee room up to 8:30 in the evening, doing consultations, Honorable Speaker. And we beseech that the members support this report
As I had earlier said, there is not a departure from what we had done before, and we have stuck to the law. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. I now, Honorable Makame, do you want the floor? Take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising to support this report submitted by the Committee on General Purpose, and I just straight away like to associate myself with it as a member of this committee. Mr. Speaker, also, I'm rising to congratulate the honorable ministers who have taken oath to join this august house. I wish them all the best in their role to serve the community and the Legislative Assembly. We offer maximum cooperation and support to them, and we believe they will be very good colleagues, and together we'll work to serve the betterment of the community. Mr. Speaker, the other reason why I'm raising is to allude to the submission by our colleagues, members of the East African Legislative Assembly, who had the right to raise their concern as to why the reports of the two reports have been delayed. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that we concluded just this afternoon because we had some issues to do with finalizing the reports of the general purpose. So we really indulge our colleagues that it wasn't on purpose for the committee, but it was only yesterday that we were offered opportunity to interact with the Secretary General and his team. The Secretary General had been away to the United Nations General Assembly, and he made it yesterday. And as my brother Kanini, Honorable Kanini, sorry, I wouldn't talk about the others. Honorable Kanini indicated that we spent time here to almost 9 o'clock in the night, just trying to go through the issues of this budget. But later on in the morning, we found that we had also other negotiations to do while interacting with the council. And also, as the speaker made an announcement, so maybe there were some issues also because the council had the new members coming. And Mr. Speaker, the other thing why I'm rising is to put it to the council that the issues of reconsideration of the budgets were unforeseen, unprovided for, and unplanned. So these issues or these activities would had attracted some costs. And we had agreed with the Secretary General yesterday that because these items were unforeseen and planned and they were not in the program. So they'll be made from the cost that will be brought table to the council in some form of supplementary. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of amendment of the treaty. Mr. Speaker, in our partner states, all respective partner states, the highest office is highly regarded. Any order coming from the highest office, by that I'm saying the president, is to be implemented. If the president tells you jump, you don't jump, you fly. Because we respect our leaders. And for that particular reason, Mr. Speaker, the presidents pronounced themselves about the issue of ensuring that Kiswahili and French are official languages of the community. Once the summit pronounces that way, what we expected was that immediately to follow, the Council of Ministers would ensure that Article 137 of the treaty is amended to reflect that decision. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, more than 1.5 years later, that has not happened and is yet to happen. We are still speaking here, that has not happened. Mr. Speaker, let me just open up and tell you and inform this August House on this matter, because less than 3% of Tanzanians, less than 3% of Tanzanians can understand English. The language of Tanzania, it is known worldwide, is Kiswahili. So it is in our interest also, because we want Tanzanians to be on board of what is happening in EAC, not just to see pictures of summit members and councils meeting. So it is very important that this decision is implemented and the treaty is amended. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my colleagues who won't get the opportunity to contribute because of time and other factors, I'd like to implore the Council and the Office of the Secretary General to ensure that the summit decision to amend this treaty to reflect Kiswahili and French as official languages is implemented. And finally, this is the most final, Mr. Speaker, because I'd like this also to be in record. Mr. Speaker, this community has support of the French government, and we have some colleagues from the French government who are located here. They are assisting us with translations, and we've been informed, and as we have interacted with them, that the French government is willing and is preparing itself to support this community to procure translation equipment, but not only to procure and install and to development the East African Community language policy. I beg to submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Makame.
Francois.
Virtually, do we have someone want to contribute from Rwanda? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the floor. I'm very glad for the work of GP.
Member from Rwanda, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
You have the
Mr.
floor.
Speaker? Mr. Speaker, sir. Can you hear me?
That's not from Rwanda.
I'm unmute, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor from Rwanda. Honorable member from Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm very glad, and first and foremost, I congratulate the new members. I'm lucky to be seated next to the new member here from Rwanda. Oh. Congratulations, everyone. For the interest of time, allow me also to add on my voice to the previous speakers as I congratulate the Committee on General Purpose, but also the Council of Ministers for this gymnastic. I went through all of these processes. I found it as a gymnastic. And I really congratulate you for the outcomes. And I support the GP report about this supplementary budget that was meant to be implemented 3 months after 30th of June. This was supposed to be July, August, and September. So now we are in October. This means it could have even collapsed as you speak now, because it was brought back in a period beyond acceptable boundaries of this supplementary. So what the GP committee did is just appreciative, as well put by Honorable Ambassador Fatuma. GP committee, on behalf of Eala, of course, looked at expenditure that were already made by the community, and he considered this to not make the supplementary collapse. So I think it will be understood, even if we go to the court in the end, that it's also good to do priorities in the community, to see what is needed and to negotiate. It's part of the process and it's part of our traditions, negotiations. So what transpired in this, I would like to add on, as I emphasize on Article 137 of the treaty. Mr. Speaker, if you can read through your treaty, number 1 of that article says the official language of the community shall be English. Second, Kiswahili shall be developed as a lingua franca of the community. Without ignoring that there is a some directive that requests the Secretariat and the Council of Ministers to expedite the modalities for French and Swahili to be included as official languages of the community and fast track their implementation. They didn't say, please don't respect the treaty provisions. There is nothing about that directive. So this means the treaty remains the superpower in terms of legal framework in this community. So I applaud the committee for their wisdom to make sure they comply with the law, because this house is the house of rules and laws, as you know. And there is a way of bringing in, if the treaty is amended tonight, it can be done with the political will. Even tomorrow can be done. Just this provision to allow equipments to be in place and also start implementation of this. And you can ask ourselves, which language should start? Since we have number 2 of the treaty saying Kiswahili should be developed as a lingua franca. No French mentioned yet. So we have also to reflect when we are trying to buy equipment or do, which language should start? Swahili is already in the treaty, and we are bringing in French before Swahili. I think it's an exercise that the Council of Ministers should also do in cooperation with the SG to allow on which language should start, and we add on English as the official language of the community. Thank you very much. I think, allow me to appeal to the Council of Ministers in all partner states to accept this, I can even call it a gift from the Assembly. The supplementary budget that could have been elapsed now is being allowed to be implemented as it passed on 15th of June this year. Please, no objections, make sure it is implemented, otherwise this community will be in hostage. I submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Honorable Speaker, can I have the floor?
Yes, you can.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate the new ministers from DRC, URT, and Rwanda as well, who became ipso facto member of the council. I'm rising to support the report presented to us by the chair of General Purpose Committee. I also take this opportunity to thank member of GP Committee. You did well your job and we really appreciate. Right, Honorable Speaker, Article 49 of the treaty, Sub-Rule 2B, on the function of the Assembly, I quote, the Assembly shall be the legislative organ of the community and shall debate and approve the budget of the community. End of the quote. Right, Honorable Speaker, I hope we are going to move ahead and assent bills as it was expressed by colleagues, Honorable Francoise. I submit, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now,
Honorable Speaker, may I have the floor, please?
You can have the floor. I'm not seeing you.
Yeah, from Tanzania.
Tanzania. Huh?
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Minister. I heard your voice. I couldn't see you. You have the floor. You have the floor, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Like the others, who spoke before me, I first receive those congratulations, which has been channeled to us and especially me in this behalf. And I also take this opportunity to congratulate my fellow minister who have sworn in today like me. And surely we will put into work our power and knowledge to make sure the community succeeds on what it has to do. And Speaker, I would want to say a few things. First, being new here, I am informed of several matters and issues which has been going on. I would wish to say a few on what I think deem fit to say. It's not the first time we are passing through the budgetary processes. We all know the budget processes for EAC. And in considering Article 14, one of the treaty, which says about the summit to be the policy organ, but also taking consideration of Article 132, sub 5, which says the assembly will pass, will debate and pass the budget, but on the consideration of the matters coming from the council. We hope and think that the role of the council, being a policy organ, is almost 100% reflected in the budget, because the budget is to implement policy and the structure of the organization. So we concur with the committee that there should be some necessary reallocation of fund from one area to the other. And as fellows have given different examples on, for instance, incorporating Swahili and France into the official language of the community, my brother, Honorable Makame, was trying to make a point of showing how Tanzanians use and they are fluent in Swahili than English. He put it at 3%. I think he put it too low, though there is truth in it, but maybe it is not 3%, it is higher. We are almost 61 million in Tanzania. It could not be that 1.8 million people only speak good English. We are more than that one, but we really need to incorporate Swahili into the official language of the treaty and other things which they have put in place and put forward. I agree, but altogether with that, and the other members said they did nothing at the General Purpose Committee, and the members who has spoke before me, some of them said it is basically the same budget, the same bill, which was brought before the assembly, and it was had objections. They are saying it is almost the same, and we hope we have to do something about it. And I would like to say, all together with the fact that reallocation and other matters has to be done, we agree, but we need it to be in a consensus and be flexible. So from me, not speaking on behalf of the Council of Ministers, but from Tanzania, we say the reallocation shall consider at least the following. First, we say the reallocation shall be within the organs or institutions. We shouldn't do the reallocation of out of the institution. For instance, one of the items, the assembly, of course, in due diligence, I hope, had proposed to move some fund from somewhere and allocate it to the East Africa Court of Justice. But going downwards and backwards to the Africa Court of Justice, they did not request for that fund. It's good if we speak for the others. That is what the member of Parliament.
Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Neighbor Kim.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I think our new minister from the United Republic of Tanzania is responding to the main budget, not on supplementary budget. So if he's concerned on the main budget, you have to wait until we pass this supplementary budget, and then later on he can submit his own submission. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you were maybe talking about the main budget when we have now the supplementary one on the floor.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I will keep my reservation on the new budget. Of course, I had planned to say something at the end, but let me jump there. I'll get another time to speak of the new budget. On the previous budget, as I said, I'm new here, and having heard what my fellow members has deliberated, I think we should be wise enough and see what is the best for us as presented by the committee, but also as put forward by the Council of Ministers, so that we come to the consensus. Thank you for now. I'll come back again during the new budget.
Thank you. If there is
clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would like to come again seeking clarification from the submissions made by Honorable Minister, Council Member from URT, that there is no consensus between GP Committee and Council as far as this supplementary budget is concerned, because we thought they met, and we can read through their report, and I appreciate the report of GP, because 17 members and 2 more missing with reasons, Honorable Maina and Honorable Bahati, who is sick. So 19 out of 21 members send the report, meaning that we are confident to support the report of GP, since no minority report was presented, and the report is saying they were in agreement with the council. Now we know the council chair that worked closely with them is not there. I seek clarification to know who is representing the council chair as we speak now. I can see chairperson on, I don't know, online. I don't know who is that person. Chairperson or council, I'm reading loudly. So we want to know who is the chair council now that has been working closely with the GP, or the one that is standing firm to make sure we don't bring confusions here. GP or Eala and the Council of Ministers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I submit, I seek clarification.
Madam Speaker, I would like to move a motion under Rule 36, Rules of Procedure.
Rule
36.
36.
On the limitation of debates. Limitation of debates, and which reads that the House may, on any motion made by any member, order or impose a limit to the motion or the contributions made by members on that particular motion by allotting a limited period of time for that motion, or for the contributions made by members on the motion, or by imposing a time limitation to both the motion and contribution by members. I therefore move the motion under this rule to limit the debate and the entire debate to 10 minutes. Madam Speaker.
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Is it too much? You are seconded, but 10 minutes is maximum. Yeah. Yes. Sorry? I have to put the question that the time limit of debate is 10 minutes maximum. Those in favor, raise their hands. Those against, raise their hands.
You should speak, Mr. Speaker, because you can't see all of us.
Sorry?
Can we maybe talk? I don't know if we can see all our hands up.
Because you are on virtual meeting, you have to raise your hand to say yes or no. Those, I said those in favor raise their hand. Those against say their hand. I could see that the ayes have it. So now we will never go beyond 10 minutes. I will, Honorable Francoise, you know, the chair we had as the chair of the Council of Ministers was replaced yesterday evening. And it has been a challenge for the ministers maybe to get a new one, because the new one has to take oath in Burundi. I think he's taking oath today in this afternoon. And he'll have also to take oath in this assembly. And we'll have to give the floor to all of the ministers we have, if they want to have it. And we proceed this way. We had the Right Honorable, the Minister from Tanzania. Now, if the Minister from Rwanda has something to say, he can reply, he can have the floor. If there is nothing to reply, I am going to the Minister from DRC. Honorable Minister from DRC. Now I call the chairperson of the committee to reply.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable members for contributing to the debate and reacting to the committee on general purpose report that highlights the issues and the content of the report as far as the EAC supplementary appropriation bill number 1 is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a clarification that Honorable Wumkiza raised at the end in terms of consensus and what many other things. I would like to report to her that we generally had a consensus as a committee. We were able also to let the Council of Ministers know the committee position. We also had a discussion with the Secretariat on the same. And generally, you know this community, that we will agree today in 1 minute's time. You can also come with another position. So that is the Monday operandi of the community. But generally, there was a consensus within the committee. And we have reported the same to council at their individual level of the decision of the committee. And of course, due to time factor, we were supposed to convene at 2:30. And then 2:30 is the time when the plenary is starting. But for us not to curtail the work of the assembly, we feel it's necessary for us to report back to the House as directed by the House. So as a committee, we signed the report, we agreed, and we informed the council. We had the deliberation with the Secretariat yesterday on the same matter up to 8:30 in the evening, so that they are aware of what is happening. And that's the short clarification I will give. Other than that, and in the interest of time, I would like to thank the following members. And maybe just to say something that maybe members have never said. We said once the legal processes are put in place, councils will be able to bring a supplementary as soon as possible, and we shall be able to consider those items. Even if they were supposed to table it today, we are ready to consider those items if at all they have finished the necessary arrangement to have the legal instruments amended. So we are ready to consider a supplementary budget anytime soon. So it's not that we have stayed it. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Fatuma for her contribution, Honorable Rosa Cole, Honorable Kanini Kega, Honorable Abdullah Makame, and the Honorable Minister from the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Umukiza, and there was another honorable, I did not capture the name. Yes, Clayman. Yes. Thank you, honorable members, and stay blessed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of GP Committee. I now have to put the question that the report I now put the question that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the Return to East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 123 be adopted. Those in favor, show with your hands.
Aye.
Those in favor, have it.
Item number 4 on the order paper, report of the Committee on General Purpose on the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2023, starting with the laying of papers, then to the motion.
Honorable Chair, lay the papers.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay before this assembly the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the consideration of the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2023. I beg to lay, sir.
Proceed.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the reconsideration of the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2023-2024 be adopted. I beg to move.
Please. Do you have seconders? All of the members in the chamber, you are seconded. Now you can, Chair, you can now proceed to justifications.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 26th of May, 2023, the Chair Council tabled before the Assembly the East African Community Budget estimates for the financial year 2023-2024, amounting to United States dollars 103,842,880. The Right Honorable Speaker referred the two budget requests to the Committee on General Purpose for consideration. Accordingly, the committee considered the budget requests, which were approved by the Assembly on the 22nd of June, 2023. In his letter dated 5th July, 2023, addressed to the Clerk of the Assembly, His Excellency Ambassador Jean-Pierre Masala I think the name is called John, not Jean, yeah, Jean-Pierre Masala, on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Congo, expressed objection to the assent to their supplementary appropriation bill and the EAC appropriation bill, also annexed here as one. In her letter dated 27th of July 2023, addressed to the Clerk of the Assembly, Honorable Dr. Stergomena Tax, Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, United Republic of Tanzania, expressed objection to the same bills and noted that her country will not assent to the bills. Here annexed number 2. In his letter dated 28th July 2023, addressed to the Clerk of the Assembly, the Minister of EAC Affairs, Youth and Culture, Republic of Burundi, and Chairperson EAC Council of Ministers, Honorable Ezekiel Nibigira, requested the Assembly to fast-track the finalization of the approval of the 2 appropriation bills, here annexed number 3. Further to the above, on the 22nd of August 2023, Honorable Dr. Stergomena Tax, Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, United Republic of Tanzania, in response to the letter of the Clerk of the Assembly, dated 18th of August 2023, reiterated her country's withholding of assent and urged the Assembly to reconsider the bill. In his letter dated 13th of September, addressed to the Right Honorable Speaker, the Chairperson Council of Ministers urged the Assembly to urgently reconvene and finalize the approval process of the bill. Between the time of receipt of the letter from His Excellency Ambassador Pierre Masala in July and the month of September 2023, the Eala Commission, in consultation with Council of Ministers, held a number of meetings to address this matter, which culminated into the special sitting of the Assembly that was held on the 19th of September 2023. In this special sitting, the Right Honorable Speaker referred the 2 bills to the Committee on General Purpose for reconsideration. The committee convened in Arusha, Tanzania on the 26th of September to 2nd of October 2023 to consider this matter. Methodology: during the reconsideration of the bills, the committee interfaced with the council, with the chairperson, Council of Ministers, the Secretary General, the council to the community, heads of organs and institutions, and other relevant officers of the community. Scrutinized and considered the aforementioned letters of objection from the 2 partner states, the letters from the Chair Council of Ministers, the letters from the Council of Ministers, and the 2 appropriation bills. Also made reference to the EAC Treaty, the EAC Budget Act, the EAC Financial Rules and Regulations, the Eala Rules of Procedure, and other relevant legal instruments of the community. The instruments that the committee consulted are below. According to the treaty, the process of initiating, considering, and approving the EAC budget is a shared responsibility of the Council of Ministers and the East African Legislative Assembly. This mandate is guided by Article 132 and Article 49(2)(b) of the treaty. This is further amplified by the EAC Budget Act. It is important to note that the treaty, the Budget Act, and other laws of the community succinctly give the 2 organs of the community clear and distinct mandates in the budget process. Suffice to note that there is no overlap in the mandates of these 2 organs. According to the treaty, the Council is mandated to identify financial resources, adopt and present the EAC budget estimates to the Assembly. On the other hand, the Assembly is mandated to consider, discuss, review, debate, determine, and approve the budget of the community under Article 132(5), Article 49(2)(b) of the treaty, and Section 4(3) and 4 of the EAC Budget Act. It was never the intention of the framers of the treaty and the EAC Budget Act to create a rubber stamp parliament during the budget process. To this effect, they made sufficient provision in the treaty under Article 135.5 and Article 49.2b and the EAC Budget Act Section 43 and 4 and 7.3 that empowers the Assembly to consider, discuss, determine, and approve the budget other than just adopting it. Therefore, the reallocation made by the Assembly during the approval process of the budget for the financial year 2023-2024 were within the ambit of the law. It is a basic legislative and administrative principle that he who has the power to approve also holds the power to disapprove, unless the law explicitly states otherwise. To further guard this independence of the Parliament in the discharge of its mandate and also contain any potential conflict between these two organs, it was provided in the treaty that the Council does not have the power to give directions to the Assembly while the latter is discharging its mandate bestowed upon it by the treaty. And this is under Article 14.3c of the treaty. Article 63 of the treaty provides that the power to assent or withhold assent to bills passed by the Assembly is vested on the heads of states. Under Article 63.2 of the treaty, any head of state who may have reservation about a bill or its provision has the right to refer it back to the Assembly for reconsideration. Article 11.9d of the treaty provides that the power and function to assent or withhold assent to bills cannot be delegated. General observation of the committee. It is the considered view of the committee that the procedure for withholding assent and returning the bills to the Assembly did not comply with the provisions of Article 63 and Article 11d of the treaty. However, in an effort to resolve the impasse that arose out of the failure to follow the law and for the greater good of the community, the Assembly yielded to the request of the Council of Ministers to reconsider the bill. The committee reiterates that during the consideration of the budget, the Assembly adhered to the relevant laws of the community. The Assembly has always believed in, appreciated, and upheld the principle of mutual respect and for a complementarity of the various organs and institutions of the community. It is therefore prudent to even other organs and institutions of the community to uphold and respect the treaty and other laws of the community while implementing its mandate. During the reconsideration and approval of the budget for the financial year 2023-2024, the committee and the House ensured that the exercise was transparent, fair, participatory. The committee gave a fair hearing to the Chair of Council of Ministers, the Secretary General of the community, all heads of organs and institutions, and specific heads of departments and officers of the community. On both occasions, when the House was debating the two budgets, the Chair Council moved a motion for suspension of proceedings for further consultation with the committee with the view of generating consensus. In the resultant meetings, which were also attended by the Right Honorable Speaker, consensus was generated between the committee and the council, leading to the appropriation of the budget estimates. The Assembly recognizes the role of the council in providing the overall resource envelope of the community within which the Assembly approves the programs and projects to be implemented in a given year. The Assembly did not violate the provisions of Article 59(2), since no additional charge was imposed on the community. It should also be noted that during the consideration of the budget for the financial year 2022-2023, the Assembly declined to approve budgets and programs that were deemed to be duplication of a budget, unjustified, or not aligned to the global priorities agreed upon by the community. At the special sitting of the Assembly held on 19th of September 2023, the Chairperson Council of Ministers informed the Assembly that the Secretary General, on the instruction of the Council, had constituted a technical committee of competent officers in the service of the community to review the alleged duplications in the budget. According to the Chair Council, this committee reviewed the budgets and did not find any duplication. The committee invited the alleged members of this technical committee. Out of the 6 members who appeared before the Committee on General Purpose, 4 of them, the Clerk of the Assembly and his deputy, the Deputy Registrar of the Court, and the Principal Legislative Draftsperson, denied knowledge of this technical committee and further confirmed that they were never invited, nor did they attend the said meetings. As per Annex 6, it was only the Director of Finance who informed the committee that he attended the said meeting of the competent technocrats. The committee asked for further letter constituting this team, the letter inviting them to the meeting and minutes of the meeting, but nothing was availed. The committee concluded that the said technical committee was fictitious, and therefore the purported report of the committee is not authentic. The committee recommends that the Council of Ministers takes appropriate action against the officers for misguiding them and making them look not authentic. It was also noted that there is no budget in the Eala budget for financial year 2023-2024 for all the meetings held by the Assembly and the committee to reconsider the 2 bills. The committee therefore recommends that the Council provide funds for these meetings in a supplementary budget. Specific observation and recommendation. While exercising its mandate under Article 132.5 and 49.2b of the treaty and Section 4.3 and 4, Section 4.3 and 4 and 7.3 of the Budget Act, the Assembly reserves the right not to approve budgets or programs that they are not satisfied with. It is within the mandate of the Assembly to make variations on the EAC budget during the consideration and approval processes. The Assembly always exercises this power fairly, reasonably, and judiciously. Following the consultations with the heads of organs and institutions under the other relevant officers of this institution, the committee deemed it appropriate to reinstate the following programs whose funds had earlier on been reallocated. That is USD 16,500 for the tickets under the Office of the Secretary General, United States dollars 51,000 for the annual ESC Secretary General Forum, United States dollar 13,200 for the audit of donor-funded projects under the Lake Victoria Basin Commission. Accordingly, the committee revised the reallocation schedule for the attached Annex 7. It was observed that while preparing the EAC budget for the financial year 2023-2024, there was no compliance with the directive of the 43rd Extraordinary Council meeting, which gave the Assembly a maximum of 70 plenary sitting days as per the directive of Council. Accordingly, the committee reviewed the budget of the East African Legislative Assembly and made internal reallocation to ensure that the programs are aligned to the core mandate of the Assembly as in Annex 8. In his letter to the Right Honorable Speaker dated 13th of September 2023, the Chairperson Council of Ministers informed the Speaker that the Council has allocated the Assembly a one-off payment of United States dollar 576,000 891 to be drawn from the general reserve to facilitate committees for additional working days. The committee commends the council for recognizing the need to enhance the oversight and legislative mandate of the assembly. However, these fundings will be sustained in future budgets of the assembly. The committee recommends that the Council of Ministers table before the assembly the supplementary appropriation bill for United States $576,891 for the consideration and approval on the 3rd October 2023. Recommendation. In view of the above, the committee recommends the assembly as follows: that in accordance with Article 132.5 and 49.2b of the treaty and Section 4 and 7.3 of the EAC Budget Act, the assembly approves the reallocation of funds within and across the EAC organs and institutions of the community to implement programs as in Annex 7 and Annex 8 of this report. That the assembly approves the allocation of a total sum of 103,804,880 to the organs and institutions of the community for the implementation of the various programs and activities in the financial year 2023-2024, as indicated in the table below. Vote 001, the EAC Secretariat, 50,862,577. The East African Court of Justice, 4,504,098. The East African Legislative Assembly, vote 003, 17,681,365. Vote 004, Lake Victoria Basin Commission, 8,471,980. Vote 005, Inter-University Council for East Africa, 12,394,945. Vote 006, Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, 2,807,993. The East African Science and Technology Commission, 2,016,543. Vote 008, the East African Kiswahili Commission, 1,502,535. Vote 009, the East African Health Research Commission, 2,193,811. Vote 010, the East African Competition Authority, 1,407,029 cents. Total budget is 1,103,802,880. I repeat, 1,103,842,880. The Assembly directs the clerk of the Assembly to transmit to the Secretary General within 24 hours after the reconsideration and approval of the Appropriation Bill 2023, a copy of the report for appropriate adjustment in the EAC budget management system as well as the SAN system. The Assembly directs the clerk to transmit copies of this report to all heads of organs and institutions as soon as practically possible. Urge the Council to direct the Secretary General to effect the changes in the EAC budget management system to accommodate the reallocation approved by this August House, and that the Secretary General submit and lays before the Assembly the final signed copy of the approved budget in the first sitting of the Assembly in the financial year 2023-2024, and that the Assembly adopts the committee report and approve the EAC Appropriation Bill 2023 with the above mentioned amendments. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Honorable members, we have a motion on the floor a motion that the report of the committee of General Purpose Committee on reconsideration of the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2023 be adopted. Now, the debate is open. Okay, you have the floor. Honorable Namara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. On the onset, I want to declare that I'm a member of the General Purpose Committee, and I want to, first of all, congratulate the committee through the chair for a job well done. On the onset, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would want to council to know that actually this activity of reconsideration of the budget, as the chairperson said, has been done irregularly in terms of how it came back to Parliament and how it was handled. But as they said, in the best interest of the community, we decided to move forward and bring it back to the Assembly, discuss it in the Committee of General Purpose, and returnable it here. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I would also want to know, I want to inform the members of Parliament, especially those who are not on general purpose, that this process now, where we are, I do not expect anything that is contradictory, because it has been through concessions and through consensus between us and the Secretary General, because the Chair Council from Burundi had indicated that we should not take anything to the members of council unless we have built consensus between the committee and the secretariat. The whole of yesterday, we were in closed door meetings up to actually 9 p.m. The whole of today, we have been juggling. And even before we entered this house, some of us, with the chair, we had a meeting with the Secretary General and with the CTC and came to a consensus. I'm giving this information to the ministers and other colleagues so that we do not expect haggling and going backwards and backstabbing and bringing lies and falsehoods. When we have discussed properly in meetings and have agreed how we're going to move forward. Third, Honorable Speaker, I would want to bring the attention, especially to the ministers, that under Article 63(4) of the treaty, if we pass this budget today, this bill today, which has been brought back after it had been rejected, if again any partner state rejects this bill, the entire budget process will collapse by law under Article 63. And this means the community will go under shutdown. I would want to inform the ministers that no one who loves East Africa would want this to go that direction. Because, Honorable Speaker, as I talk now, I have farmers from Tanzania, I have farmers from Rwanda, I have farmers, businessmen, who are deep down in my village, buying maize, buying beans, because we have opened up a market for East Africa, because our laws are functioning. They wouldn't want to hear that again, we have gone under shutdown. It will be extremely unfortunate, as we shall be curtailing trade. The chairperson has talked about all the provisions of the treaty. Because I had the minister from Tanzania, I was very lucky that he forgot that we had not yet tabled the bill, the budget, and he brought some issues out. There's this debate that has been moving around, that Parliament does not have power to move money from one vote to another, because that's what happens in some partner states. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Article 14 of the treaty, which the minister refers to, gives council under Article 14(1) as the policy organ of the community. However, there are other consequential provisions under Article 14 that give effect and interpretation to this particular provision. There's a common maxim of law that says that when you are construing a document, you must construe the document as a whole. You don't pick out one provision of the law and you rely on that law to think that for you are right. Article 14.1 gives powers to council as the policy organ, but under Article 14.5 of the same 14 clause 5 of the treaty, it is the same article, the same treaty that says council shall give directives to all organs and institutions except parliament, summit, and court. And that provision comes after it has given power to council to become the policy organ. It is now infected and even affected by the consequential provisions there underin. Therefore, the notion of saying that council has powers to the policy organ and therefore parliament cannot review, determine the budget, for me is null and void, because it is not the only provision within the budget. I will take you under Article 49.2b that also talks about the powers of parliament in the budget process. I can even read it here. Under Article 49.2. 49.2 of the treaty, the assembly, 49.2, 49.2b, the assembly shall debate and approve the budget of the community. And under Article 162.5, you can see all those are financial provisions talking about the powers of parliament to appropriate. 132.5, for those who can be able to reach there, who have the treaty. 132, I beg your indulgence. 132.5. The resources of the community shall be utilized to finance activities of the community as shall be determined. The word there is as shall be determined by the assembly on the recommendation of council. The work of council, this provision shows that the responsibility of budget process is a shared mandate. We cannot say that parliament has all the powers, neither can the council say they have all the powers. Both organs have the responsibility in terms of the budget process. Therefore, the misleading notion that has been perpetuated by some people, even in the corridors of parliament here, we have some staff, Brother Speaker of Secretariat, who have been perpetuating information rumor-mongering. The budget officer goes rumor-mongering that parliament has no power to move from one money from one vote to another. I hope if you have read through this provision of the treaty, it is clearly provided for. Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to urge also when you go to the Budget Act under section 4, 5, and 6, 3, 4, and 5, they all provide for the powers of parliament in terms of reviewing. What is the meaning of that reviewing? Determine, review, appropriate. That's the function of parliament. With those very few words, I move to support this report and urge council not to collapse this community, because once we pass this budget and you reject this budget, it means we are going to have a very big challenge, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how we shall be going forward. As I conclude, Eala, members of parliament of Eala, because we had issues saying you are moving a vote from here, we went and discussed. We agreed yesterday, item by item, by the way. This one, we agree. This, proceed. This one, you don't. Actually, the only money that has remained pending out of the $600,000 that Parliament had reallocated is only $73,000. And that about $73,000 was allocated to the courts of law, because the courts have new judges who are from the Francophone areas. They don't understand the Commonwealth system. So, and yet they are supposed to do work. So if you say you're going to bring a supplementary, these judges are going to be working. We decided as Parliament that let's give them some money for them to be functioning as council comes up with a supplementary. Let them get inducted about the Commonwealth parliamentary procedures so they can both be able to execute their mandate. Someone said that who asked for that money, the registrar of the courts wrote officially to the committee when she came that they needed that money and it's extremely urgent. We found it very prudent that there was some extra fresh, some extra money that was under recruitment. We don't want to go into the details. If we go into the details, it can actually be a problem. Since we already agreed, we got $53,000, and we said, let this $53,000 go to the courts for them to be able to be inducted. The second one is money, which is $90,000, which was for delivery of envelopes. Can you imagine delivering envelopes to ESC, $90,000 US. We said, okay, you can deliver your envelopes, but you don't have to use the $90,000. We left them with $45,000. The $45,000, we looked at other organs, institutions, which are starved of resources, like the competition authority, and we gave them $22,500 US. The balance, we said, let Secretariat look for an activity that's within the budget lines for them to absorb that money. That's what we did. So I do not really expect that, and we agreed on that one, CTC. If I think that one we agreed on it. And I indulge you and the council and honorable members to support this report so that the community can function. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Namara. Let's give the floor to, I am seeing someone online there. Who's that? Is who?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, my presence on in the chamber. I'm Honorable Dorothy.
Oh, you're welcome. You have the floor.
I thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. Speaker, but I come late to the meeting. I have a many problem of connection where I am, but give me some minutes to listen what our colleague can speak and come back to give my contribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You don't go beyond 10 minutes, you know. You have the floor.
No.
Honorable Dorothy, you have the floor. Huh? Where are you? You have gone? Yes. Okay, so Honorable Akol, Rose, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution to the resubmitted appropriation bill for 2023-2024 financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, I want first of all to thank our colleague Honorable Namara here for the submissions he has made that have put the record straight, and where we as a committee based ourselves in passing even the previous budget that is now being presented for reconsideration. On the onset, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to urge council members, all of them, to be present here physically. If circumstances are really very difficult, then they should always stay online when we are considering their bill. This is a council bill, and especially this budget, the budget for the community, is a very important tool that will either move this community forward or take us back so many steps behind. So when we are considering this budget, in each financial year, I want to request the Council of Ministers to be present physically, because, Right Honorable Speaker, the last time we considered this bill in June, we were comforted as an assembly that the Chair Council then had been given full mandate by his colleagues, members of the council. We deliberated at committee level with him. When it came here, when we met here in the assembly, at least 2 members of the council came. He was around online, but the Honorable Minister from Uganda the Honorable Rebecca Kadaga came. The rest did not appear physically, did not even appear online when we were considering this budget. Now, when the Chair Council tells us that she has been given full mandate by his colleagues, members of the council, we believed. During consideration of this bill at committee level several times, we had to give Chair Council time to interact with these colleagues, members of council. Even here on the floor, twice, Right Honorable Speaker, you adjourned in order to allow Chair Council to meet, to deliberate with his colleagues, members of the council who are delegated to him. But it was very surprising to note that after we passed the bill, knowing very well we have appropriated a budget for the community, now we have members of council, some of them, turning around to again say they are not part of this meeting that considered this bill by refusing to accept the provisions, some of the provisions in the bill. Right Honorable Speaker, it is not being, we are not being fair to the community. Because as we speak, we have spent additional money that was not necessary to reconsider this bill. That is a cost to the community. It's a cost to the community, Right Honorable Speaker. So in future, I really want to request that council members, please be around when we are considering this bill. And as Honorable Namara reiterated, today is the final day that we should pass this bill. Article 63(4) says, if a head of state withholds assent to a resubmitted bill, the bill shall lapse. So we shall not have a budget if this one lapses again. Then finally, I want to say this, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me give the perspective in figures, Right Honorable. Today, as we speak, the total reallocation is only $68,972. That is the only money our committee has reallocated out of the EAC Secretariat to the East African Court of Justice, $53,610, and then to the East African Competition Authority, $15,362. Honestly, if we look at the budget of $103,842,000, this is minute, it is not substantive. It is not substantive. So I believe today we will all have consensus that even with these reallocations, which is the duty, which is which we are obliged to do as an assembly with regard to the legal provisions that we have, this should not again collapse this bill. Because if we collapse it, the financial implications are that council has to sit to reformulate a bill. That is the cost. That bill has to be represented to the assembly that will sit here for 14 days. And mind you, there are tickets to be bought. There is per diem to be paid to members and sitting allowance. That's a lot of money. The Committee on General Purpose has to sit to consider this bill for 14 days. That is also a cost. In total, it may cost the community another $1.5 million. So let's be considerate. Really, $68,972 vis-a-vis $1.5 million. I think let's be objective in the way we look at these matters. And I want to appeal to council that this time, let the bill be accepted the way we have looked at it, we have consulted, and we have given all the reallocations. What we have done is internal reallocations, and only $68,972,000 has been reallocated out of the Secretariat into the Court of Justice to train its staff and also the judges with regard to how they handle their issues in court, and also just 15,000 to the East African Competition Authority. Right, Honorable? I think we have been so reasonable as an assembly, and we have done what we did with a lot of pain, but we have accepted that this is the only reallocation we are doing. Inter-vote. Otherwise, the rest are within the votes. And I beg that the council accepts this so that we move on and make this community grow and remain the best rec in Africa, as we have always been. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I wish to give the floor to the Honorable Minister from Tanzania, because he raised himself this issue about the $50-something thousand he allocated to the court. It's because we are here with a positive spirit. We have lost so much time, and we are tired. I have been working on this matter for now 3 months. Personally, as a speaker, as you know, I have been in Arusha from June, July, August. I have held more than 13 meetings on this issue. And today we are where we are. Today is maybe our last rendezvous. No one of us wish to go back again. Even the community is tired. And by returning back, the cost will be for the community, as Honorable Rose had said, the cost will be very high. If there is any member, any, who have something to raise here, please, it's time. We are here built on consensus. We are flexible. We are tired. All the members are tired. So please, honorable members, anyone who has something to raise, he has the floor, so that we can together find a way to find a solution. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I should first congratulate you for the work done as of now. Congratulate the members of the committee, which have had sleepless nights, trying to make sure the General Purpose Committee does its work as assigned to them. And I should also congratulate other staffs who has been trying to do their job and make sure that the East Africa as a whole realize its purpose for establishment. Altogether with that one, I should say, please, Honorable Right Speaker, don't get tired. This is what we choose you for. We fight, we negotiate, we work, we talk. We would propose and wish you don't get tired, you and the others, so that we can accomplish what we started together. Secondly, I would like to say, I don't think there is any among us who doesn't want the East Africa community to flourish more and more than where it is now. But while going to that one, we should make sure we abide by the rules, regulations, and procedures we put to ourselves so that we don't lay down a bad precedent for the future. And Honorable Right Speaker, we know the procedure for the budget preparation. It starts from the lowest area, from the organs, from the institution. It comes to the higher level of the assembly, goes to the those who are mandated with the power to assent the bill, so that we can have the budget and then go to work with what we have to work for. I still maintain my position as I started earlier. I think that one of the member saw that I was going extra mile before it was time. Yes, it was maybe that way, or it wasn't that way. I could have not gone so much further. But we should be on the same line of knowing that the treaty we put in place and the rules and regulation we put in place has given everyone his or her mandate and the ambit within which he can perform his or her duties. So my opinion would be, if there is a feeling that there are some areas on which some powers or functions are not clear, then it be brought forward so that we negotiate that one together. And if it is to amend, if it is to put up clear wordings of what can be done, where, how, and by who, then let it be put that way. But at this juncture where we are, I think everything is clear. The treaty has given powers to the assembly, the big ones. The treaty has given power to the Council of Ministers, the big one. The treaty has given powers to the summit, the big ones. We shouldn't want to assume others' power by interpreting this phrase instead of this phrase. And Honorable Right Speaker has said, I am a lawyer by profession also, and I've been practicing. So I know how to read the law. You cannot read a single line, but I agree that sometimes one's leading not necessarily means the other's leading. But at the end, we should come to a consensus of where we understand each other and we do what we have to do together. Honorable, I will go back to where I was heading the other time, that Tanzania maintain its stand that there is a need for reallocation, but the reallocation should be done by considering the following. One, we urge that the reallocation should be within the vote. Everyone here will say what he thinks fit and better for the best performance of the community. And I don't think that is impossible. I think that is possible. And that does not mean that the assembly is a rubber stamp organ. No, that is not the meaning. There are various works which has been done, the good ones done by the assembly, and this is another good one of which we get some time to deliberate together and come to a consensus. We hope that if we let the reallocation be done within the organization, within the institution, that will maintain the police power of the Council of Ministers. And that is the intended function of the Council of Ministers. We know the budgetary processes. We know what comes to the Council of Ministers, where it comes from. Those institutions, those people, those personnel who prepares the initial budget, they are following the policy we had put in place. So they bring to the Council of Ministers for that area. And when the Council of Ministers puts a money or a fund somewhere, it intends to facilitate a certain policy function in that line. So if it is to come from one vote to another vote, then whoever wants that one should bring that procedure at the later stage. But I think this time could be better in the manner, in the spirit of being flexible, to at least go with the reallocation within the institution or in organs instead of going outside. One of the members, I respect him, I said the letter was brought during the committee time from the registrar. Well and good. Maybe fellows have seen it. I have not seen it, and I don't want to see it now. There are different procedures of making sure that whatever you need is met by those who have to meet it, and that is not a problem. If the EACJ seems that their budget is low and they have to get some more fund for something, it is not new. It can be brought up and it will be dealt with. So those which are within the organ or institution as presented, I won't be going to them because my 10 minutes must be lasting very, very soon. They are known. We Tanzanian maintain that we would not propose for that to happen. But secondly, the reallocation should abide to the policy, to the staff rules and regulation, to the financial rules and regulation, and to different decisions of the Council of Ministers. In that line, we'll be able to lay down a good precedent for the future and make sure that every activity is done in line with the policy we have as East Africans, so that we save the people and do not save any other ambitions which were not maybe initially put, or they are interpreted in a wrong way by some of other people. Honorable Speaker, any request or need, however good it is, which has to be raised, has to come in line of the procedures and in line with the terms and conditions we have put in place. It is us who made these procedures. But nevertheless, with that fact, and in the same spirit of flexibility, as you said, Honorable Speaker, there is $597,000, I think, something somewhere, which was needed for making the work of the committee to be easier and good, to add some days for it. Although with the fact that it was not in the channel which we expected, but on the same matter of flexibility, the Council of Ministers has agreed that it be added as a supplemental coming from outside this budget. This budget should pass as it was, as reallocated and discussed by members. Then these other things will be coming in, and this is one of the good sign of commitment from the Council of Ministers and from other people of whom want the East Africa to flourish better. Honorable Speaker, I should say we would wish to maintain that status, and we argue that honorable members be flexible also, pass the bill as presented and deliberated by the committee and by the COM as the second time. And at this assembly, Honorable Speaker, then come into a consensus. Then in that point of view, taking into account that East Africa has to deliver what our people expect from us for what we are establishing, and taking into account that the budget process does not end today, we can still maneuver around and have some times to meet into a consensus. Some members have said we had a long meeting today in the noon. Yes, we had, but we did not come to a consensus. Some members have said they had a meeting yesterday and also today, on which they had met with the Secretariat, they deliberated and discussed it. They say they came to a consensus, but they did not come to a consensus, that as much as we know, because we have tried to seek for that consensus in front of them in their presence. It seems the consensus was not there. So I urge you, Honorable Speaker, to be in the same line and have what is better for all of us. then the budget process is not over. It will go to the next stage and next stage, and then we come up with what is best for the East Africa community together. Honorable Speaker, that is my stand, and I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Can I say
Mr.
something?
Speaker.
Can I say something?
Rwanda.
But let me say something.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Minister from Tanzania, we appreciate a lot because you have been very open to the House. Because we've been discussing this matter for 3 months now, and because you've talked about flexibility, we are flexible, members are flexible, GP are flexible, they have been flexible. We've talked about consensus. They have been working to get consensus. I wish it would get, maybe instead of passing a bill that will cost more money to the community, why don't we agree now? I wish you could maybe tell us, you share with us, with the GP, we are here with the House, which areas, because I had caught this 50,000 something given to the court, because you were saying that reallocation we don't need to go to the court, maybe in the secretariat, I don't know. If there are, maybe you can take your time, maybe consult. We wish we could, any proposal you have, all the concerns you have as a Tanzania, I wish the House, we have GP, we could discuss them immediately and maybe conclude and pass, which is blessed by all. Because no one of us wants to return back. Now I give the floor to Honorable Kim and Honorable Francoise.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the floor for the second time. I won't be long, I'll try to be brief. I was actually trying to ask or to suggest the council to consult, because it's very important that we take time and we allow the council. I'm not representing the council chair, but there is no council chair now, but you have to guide the new members at least on the way forward, on what to do, because we are also members, but we know laws and how we can proceed, because we want this community to not be freezed. We want the community to move on. We don't want to be in a cycle that will come back again with the same scenarios. Because if this budget is not passed and approved by, as said by Honorable Namara and Chairperson of GP, it will lapse. So there is no gain for us to just pass things, and this is value for money that will come back to us, or that we're going to collapse. So we need to understand and to have a consensus with the URT council member, as I have heard keenly. Council needs to consult, as you have been doing before. I think to accommodate also new members that were sworn in today. I'm just, Mr. Speaker, asking that we give them some time and appeal members also to support this, so that they can just talk so that they can, all of them will be on board. And then they come back for a while so that they can proceed by supporting either URT or rejecting this. But for us as an assembly, we support GP committee. And I would also want to add on a clarification on why it is very important for GP committee to touch, even in the votes, to make sure they cater for priorities that were not catered for by Secretariat. You know, this committee, GP, participates every year in the pre-budget conference, and they know where priorities are. They are not just blind. What they do, they are aware. They know laws, they know even the Budget Act 2008, they went through all of those things. That's why they say the function of GP committee, this is the assembly on our behalf, is to review, is to scrutinize, to approve, to do everything that is in their powers. Let me go to Annex 7, just number 1, Mr. Speaker. I was just impressed to see how they were able to secure 31,000 for gender to support SMEs. These ones are small micro enterprises this time. And when we talk of gender, of course, they are both men and women. But when Honorable Namara mentioned of farmers that need support through this budget, he forgot to mention that the women this time are struggling to make sure that you cope with all of these moving, globally, going to the new market, AFC, FTA, and so on. They are struggling to get funds. This is evident. And this Department of Gender and Community Development is underfunded like all of the social sectors and also productive sectors. So we can't move on, we can't have food for our population if those two sectors are not funded properly. You can see this budget is supporting roads, is supporting infrastructure. And those roads are not catering for those small, for instance, roads that are called the feed roads. So we need all of these combined efforts, and only the assembly that is mandated to do oversight, to do legislation, to do representation of ASC citizens is keen to know where gaps are from the field. And we even need our tour so that we can continue. We are a new assembly. We need our tour so that we can proceed. So we can merge all of these two bills to make sure the first one and the second one are implemented. I liked the most the last part of the report of the General Purpose Committee. Those parts are about recommendations. Without reading through everything, I just retained that this budget should be uploaded in the BMS of the communities. It's very important. So I don't know how we can go back and say, touching in this vote here and there will be harmful to the community. So it's high time that we create a consensus, and it's very upsetting that we are doing it in the plenary sitting. The things that were done by GP council. So now we can allow council to consult because we cannot proceed like this. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the floor. I submit.
Thank you. Consultation, you want to, can I give them some, or we will proceed? Okay, Kim.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, also let me add my voice to congratulate.
But please remember that time is running.
Speaker. Let me also add my voice to congratulate the 3 ministers who are joining us recently. Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of the Committee of the Regional Purpose, and I'm very happy that our colleague, the State Minister from Tanzania, said that he's a lawyer. And for us who are lawyers, we are talking on behalf based on the laws. And what I knew that the laws are not negotiable. If we have some issues in the laws, we have to amend the laws. But the way I'm seeing now in the ESC, we are negotiating the laws. And let me read these laws. We're going to speak Article 63 of the treaty, which is assent to the bill, a bill that has not received a bill that are not received it assent. Provide for in paragraph 1 in this article within 3 months from the date on which it was passed by the Assembly shall be referred back to the Assembly. Honorable Speaker, we passed this budget on 22nd June. This treaty provides only 90 days. And now we are in October. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Tanzania say that we have to follow the laws and rules and regulations. We accept that one. But the letter that had been right and object this financial year by the United Republic of Tanzania, it is not in the line on the laws, either treaty or even particular treaty. Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan did not reject the bill. It had been right by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Tanzania. So if we are focused on the laws, which I will come in my own submission now, is that legal issues are not solved legality, are solved politically. That is why now this out except that we need to reconsider the budget based on politically, not legality. Because if it is legal process, we don't have any objective from members of the Assembly. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, there is no need again to go for the consensus among us again, because the report is no longer a report of the committee.
I mean, among the ministers.
Among the ministers, yes. Now, this report is no longer the report of the GP. It is a report of this House. It is a mandate of this House now to accept, to reject this report, or to adopt this report. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we have been responding. I am sitting in commission. We have been responding to the 2 letters from the URT and the DRC. We wrote more than 3 letters to them. Justified until when we bring here the GP and come and explain, took all those ministers through this process of the budget. We done everything. But if after these 3 letters, we have been sending to those 2 countries, and now they even did not show us the flexibility, and they want just to maintain their own position, how we can move? Other one, Honorable Speaker, the budget process, the minister said budget is about the process. The 2 ministers from the United Republic of Tanzania and the Democratic Republic of Congo, during the budget process in May and in June, they failed to come and attending this. Those things they can raise it up during our final session and our committee meetings. They failed to attend those things. And our new minister from United Republic of Tanzania, my brother, I am very happy with you, because seeing you have been sworn in, you have been with us in the committee, you've been seen yesterday. But I wish all those things next time. We cannot come and point finger out in the House. I wish all the members of the council to be present during the consider of the budget and during the plenary. And even now, the Secretary General are not doing this exercise. So, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to what has been raised by the Minister in the United Republic of Tanzania, I urge this House to adopt and pass this report. We are beyond time. Even the council, they failed to bring what called board on account, which we expend 1/4 of the financial year without any budget. So now we're in 2nd quarter, which is even half of the financial year. So there's no any way, if the Minister of Tanzania, on concern of the Republic of Tanzania, that it is that we are reallocating the fund from boat to other boat. Let them also noting that the head of the state of the United Republic of Tanzania did not reject this bill. So let us avoid to go back again to those laws, because the laws, everybody is in the side of the law. But we said, let's come to the compromise position, let's pass this one, and let the council in next financial year to clean out all those things together with Secretariat and other stakeholders. So right now, Speaker, I am urging members of the House that let's pass this one, we close this chapter, the rest we will solve it in the next financial year. I beg to move.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, can I have a floor?
Right, Honorable Speaker, can I
James
get a
Miller
floor?
from Tanzania?
I'm hearing voice, Minister, yes, Honorable Minister from Tanzania. I heard voices and I don't see. Honorable Minister, have the floor.
Rwanda also on the floor. James Miller from Tanzania on the floor. Can I?
Clerk, help me.
Dorothy from DRC on the floor, Mr. Speaker.
We start with the Honorable Minister from Tanzania. And
yes, Honorable Speaker.
He has only to clarify, only if he, as we said we could reach something blessed by all. I asked some questions of clarifications on fee. I don't know. That's what we need from you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I do not know what you want me to clarify, and you and the other member were proposing we do a consultation. I don't know with who, because as you see, the member of the Council for Ministers, as we are 2 or 3 of us, but I think it is me, who has already spoken. And I have given out our understanding and our stand. I think it should be recorded that way. And I don't think if I have anything more to clarify. You gave me one chance of saying, what do I propose?
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I have a paper with me here. It is written Annex 7 as amended during the consideration of the budget, schedule for reallocation. I don't know if everyone has that annex.
Yes.
And we are of the opinion that item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 should not pass. In the bill, it should be maintained as it was. And item 8, 9, and 11 may pass because, as we said, in the flexibility spirit, this reallocation within the organs or institution. But item 10, I jumped it because it goes against the rules of the staff rules and regulations, which have been led to understand that it provides for the claim to be of no older than 1 year. But this seems to be a claim which is coming out of that period in time, all together with the other facts of which I may skip it for now. So if you would ask me what I propose from our side, we maintain the proposition that the reallocation should be done intra-organization, intra-institution, and not outside the institution. And simply the Annex 7 has 11 items, 7 items be dropped, then 3 items, 1, 2, 3 be maintained, and 1 item, item 10 in the reallocation within institution also be dropped. That's what I would propose. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now it's clear. You have the floor, Honorable Rose.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just don't know whether the minister from URT Assembly, I hope I understood him well and that he has also understood what we meant in this schedule. Because he's saying he does not support allocation between votes, but what he supports is the intra and within the institution. Now, when you look at 1, This is within the secretariat, but he's saying he doesn't support it. You know, it is a reallocation within the secretariat, which he says he supports. But again, he's saying he does not support 3. He does not support 1. You know? So we are getting confused, Right Honorable Speaker, as to what he really wants. Because most of the things here we have done, as he has said, the only items or the only amount of money we have reallocated out of secretariat is what I said earlier, Right Honorable. It is to the East African Court of Justice.
Procedure.
Procedure.
Yes.
Procedure.
Okay.
Yes. So what we are saying here, Right Honorable, is that maybe we shall need, in a later date, we shall need an interpretation of court on this matter. Because it seems there is a total misunderstanding of the provisions of the treaty by, I don't know. But I think Council should know that, one, this is not a rubber stamp assembly, that there is a reason they set up this assembly. That when they set it up, when you refer a budget to an assembly, what does that mean? If we are to go by what the council member is saying, it means as soon as the council passes that bill, let it be enacted by them as an act of parliament. Not even any other bill should be referred to this assembly. What it means that any other bill of council that is referred to this assembly should not be amended. Okay. Including the budget, the bill for the budget. Those are the implications of what the council member is saying. It is not only for this budget. It should be for all bills. So we really need an interpretation. And if that is what he's saying, then his intention is to usurp the powers of parliament, which I don't think this parliament will allow, because our roles are very clear in the treaty. The roles of council are very clear in the treaty. And we are an organ of this East African community. We have a role to play as stated clearly in the treaty. So, Right Honorable, I don't know what now we will decide, but in my thinking as an assembly, I think we have given in all that we had reallocated, and we only reserved that amount of about $68,000 that we removed from Secretariat. And indeed to do a good job. And where are we removing it from, Right Honorable? There's an item here called recruitment. Recruitment annually in this community is taking almost over $400,000 on an annual basis. In the supplementary, we allocated, how much was it? $194,000, almost $200,000 towards recruitment, and only 14 people have been recruited using that $200,000. Now here, a total of 294 was required, is what they wanted. And what do they want to do? To recruit 20, is it 17? 17 employees. But we are saying, let's give them 240,000. And then the difference goes to the East African Court of Justice for them to train their judges, which is very important because justice delayed is justice denied. So that is the basis of this allocation, reallocation. And out of a budget of 103, as I said earlier, a mere $68,000 should collapse this budget. I don't think that is being rational really in decision taking. It will be a very irrational decision that council collapses this budget because of $68,000 out of a budget of $103 million. And that we collapse the community and then we start afresh and spend another almost $2 million to come back to where we are. It is totally irrational. And as an assembly, we want to advise, me personally, as a member of this assembly, to advise the council member that we as an assembly have also given in a lot from the position we came, and now we are only reallocating $68,000. In accordance with the rules of procedure, in accordance with the provisions of the treaty, in accordance with the financial rules and regulations as provided in our rules. So, and laws. So we are within the law to do what we did. And Right Honourable Speaker, I urge colleagues to stand by what we have done. Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker, this is
Honourable
James Miller from
Speaker,
Tanzania.
This is Siranda Gerald, Right Honourable Speaker.
Right Honourable
But I
Speaker,
should
this
be-
is James from Tanzania.
Tanzania, you have the floor. Tanzania, you have the floor.
Right Honourable Speaker, first of all, I would like to congratulate the ministers who have been sworn in, the 4 of them. In the interest of time, I will not mention their names. I congratulate all of you and truly wish you luck for what you will do for the community. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I would like to also congratulate the GP committee on behalf of the Assembly for a good work they have done. However, Honorable Speaker, I have a number of observations. One, I concur completely with what Honorable Francois from Rwanda has said, that maybe we give chance to diplomacy to consult again. That Council of Ministers should take time and consult once more. I don't agree with what they are saying. My colleagues are saying that we should close completely, not consult. Honorable Speaker, I take your stand. You said we should maybe give chance to diplomacy again, so that, everybody comes out of this all impulse, with clarity and happiness. Because in the end, we need a happy community. But secondly, Honorable Speaker, I would wish our colleagues to read Rule 73.
Honorable Magembe, there is a procedure.
No, this is James Miller, not Magembe.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we don't know who we were speaking to. Is it procedurally right for us to proceed to speak to hear a submission from a non-member that we are not seeing? Our rules of procedure are very explicit that when you're speaking, you have to put on your video so that we know who you are speaking to.
Yes.
We may be speaking to a robot. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, as my video call is on, I don't know if you can see me now. I'm sorry for, can you see me now? It's on.
Yes, you can see you.
Yeah, okay. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me again just continue from where I had stopped. That, if you go through rule.
Order.
Rule 73, sub-rule 5.
Order, Honorable Magembe.
Madam Speaker, I'm raising point of order that the member who is speaking is not in order in the rest. So he not properly the rest. So you have to leave the parliament immediately.
Okay, they have to raise so I can see.
Honorable Speaker, right, can I be given the floor for maybe 2 minutes and then I come back to submit what I've, been willing to submit.
So for you're proposing a diplomacy activity?
Exactly, Honorable Speaker. And I would not assume a minister from a certain country like Tanzania would object to ascend the bill if the president has not agreed, not in Tanzania, for sure. Tanzania is not a banana republic. Foreign minister cannot just, bring objections to the budget if he or she has not consulted with the high authorities. That's not Tanzania, I know. But I am in the view of going for diplomacy and consultation until everybody's on board and we all agree to pass this bill. Honorable Speaker.
Members.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I ask to also take a floor and give my thoughts and
we have
contributions.
Honorable Kim. Right, Honorable Speaker, I raise the point of the member of Tanzania. He not dressed properly, so you have to leave the chamber.
You mean Honorable Magembe?
Honorable Speaker, you keep mentioning my name. I'm not on the floor. It was Honorable James Milliard. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker,
there is a point of order from Honorable Kim, raised by Honorable Kim, about
James Olemilia.
Honorable James, where is he? James. But the order raised was about the dress code of James. I'm sorry, Honorable Magembe. Sorry, Honorable Magembe.
No problem, sir.
Right, Honorable Speaker, can I take the floor?
I have, you know, I'm maybe short-sighted. I cannot see.
This is Siranda.
Honorable Winnie and Dorothy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate you for the demeanor and the time you have taken, Right Honorable Speaker. All the time you've taken, it shows leadership, for which I want to congratulate you and appreciate you. To assure you that the Lord Almighty knew that it will be you in the seat, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the Committee on GP that has done this great work on our behalf and that has followed all the parliamentary procedures and processes as per the law. Right Honorable Speaker, I believe that this committee deserves a lot of applause for the good job they have done and for not allowing Parliament to be stampeded. Because for me, remember that there were proposals that we go to ad hoc committee, and my earlier proposal was that we have a committee that's mandated to do this job. And I want to appreciate you, Right Honorable Speaker, that the committee is done a very good job. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to enumerate the laws, but I want to concur with Honorable Namara Dents and the Honorable Rosa Cole that I am struggling, with due respect, to understand the minister from Tanzania and the proposals he is making. Right Honorable Speaker, if we go in that line, Right Honorable Speaker, one day we are going to accept that we be legislated and Parliament goes away. Because for me, the proposals are very rigid, and we know that as the House, we succumbed. You know, Right Honorable Speaker, that we are actually discussing an illegality, because to me, it's a rumor. No country has ever returned a bill, because the bill is returned when the president has either rejected or sent to the bill. This is not a duty that's delegable. But we have agreed, Right Honorable Speaker, as Parliament, for the good of the community, that we give in to that aspect.
Honorable Speaker.
We give in to that aspect, even when nobody, according to the treaty, had returned the bill. We gave in, because for me, dialogue takes a center stage, but we're not going to give in to a lot of things, even that we know that Parliament has a role. Once the council has done their job, it is within the mandate of Parliament. We also thinkers, we also care about this community, that we do certain allocation in terms of oversight appropriation is the role of Parliament, that we think that council or all organs of the community must be functioning. So, Right Honorable Speaker, allocation of just 60,000 to court, that people that are coming to court understand and therefore help that other armed function. For me, Right Honorable Speaker, I believe that council should be also understanding, so that at the end of the day, we all work together. I will maybe agree, because the proposal for Honorable James, my in-law, is that the minister says there are few online. even if we ask them to consult with who, but I would agree for dialogue and engagement that maybe we give them a space to do a bit of consultation, but I second the report entirely that they have done a good job. We have given a give and take, and council as well should give a give and take so that at the end of the day, there is no organ of the community that is stampeding the other, but we act in a form of complementary so that at the end of the day, we walk this journey and all of us deliver on our mandate. I beg to submit heartily, Right Honorable Speaker, that consensus is important, but we are not going to rewrite the laws. You can sin and you are allowed to come and confess, but the Bible does not change. It is you who confesses and follows the Bible, Right Honorable Speaker. So we've done a lot of give and take, giving, and I think that the spirit that the Honorable Minister from Tanzania is speaking is a dangerous line that at the end of the day will make this parliament or assembly a useless parliament. I'm sorry to say so, but in my own interpretation, I see the spirit of saying, stampeding and saying, you know, chest thumping. That's not a line we should be taking. I believe that the parliament has done a lot of work, which is even illegal, but we have agreed to go in that line. And I think for me, it is important that we agree. If it's a 60,000 from the entire budget, it is important that we don't let the community struggle because of a 60K, and yet we require court to function. Myself, I have a case in court, the South African Court of Justice, to do these interpretations, but they can't sit because there is no budget line for them to operate. So I beg, Right Honorable Speaker, that entirely as a House, we stand with the committee report, but we also beseech the council and some council members to understand the spirit into where we are coming from, so that at the end of the day, all of us function properly as a community. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, can I, a point of procedure?
Right
This is
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
Right.
Magembe, Tanzania.
Yes.
This is
Information,
the
Right
order.
Honorable
So,
Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Information, Right Honorable Speaker.
This is a virtual meeting. Please, there is a point of procedure.
Okay, right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on a point of procedure under Rule 73, Sub-Rule 5. And may I read, it reads, the bill shall then be recommitted for only those clauses to which the head of state objected in accordance with Rule 73. Right Honorable Speaker, the debate today is coming under this rule. And we should be focusing on only those issues that were raised by Tanzania and DRC. But it looks like we're debating the whole appropriation bill and all in its totality. May I ask for your indulgence and direction, Honorable Speaker? What are we doing if this is the House of Rules and Procedure? We should only be focusing, because I'm told there is a letter that came from I don't know where, but then it shouldn't be focusing on the whole appropriation bill. Please, may I get your guidance on this? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you for your contribution. I believe that.
Can I make a statement on that?
Commission, Right Honorable Speaker.
Chair of GP, do you have something special?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to, I don't know whether he was raising under procedural matter or information, but if I get him very well, he's asking that we are concentrating on debating basically under Rule 73 on the items referred. The honorable members will understand that the committee only concentrated on the items as referred. And that is basically what we did. And we have replied in our report to the items of the appropriation bill.
that we considered as a committee, and we definitely considered only those items, and we have answered it in the report. I mean, we could not know your procedural matter, where it is coming from, yet we only concentrated on the items that had been referred to the committee as the letters from the two partner states. So, Honorable Member, we could not understand your procedural matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I welcome.
Honorable Speaker, then if that's the case,
Now we have.
Information, Right Honorable Speaker.
We have Honorable
Dr. Wada.
Honorable
Information,
Dr.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Winnie and Honorable
Magembe.
Magembe, yes.
And Dr. Wada.
Mr. Speaker, after Winnie is Honorable Dorothea. Please.
Yes, true. Dorothea after
right.
Winnie. And then Magembe.
Okay.
Dr. Wada also want to speak.
I said we have Dr. Wada, then Honorable Winnie, Honorable Dorothea, and Magembe.
Honorable Siranda.
No, you have had your floor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah,
Mr. Speaker,
thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
my apologies. Go ahead. Mr. Speaker, I would like to agree with Honorable Rosa Cole that Parliament cannot be held hostage, or the community cannot be held hostage by Council. We all know how long we've been working on this report. We have allowed Council to meet with us, to meet by themselves. Even today, they are not here. They are not meeting. They are not talking. But when we reach the final stage, there always seems to be something that comes out. I am pleading to Council that we have beaten this horse till it's dead, it has resurrected, and it has died again. We cannot keep going over this matter. It's time for us to put the matter to bed and consider other things that are important to our community. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm always brief, so I submit.
Thank you. Dr. Wada?
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. And on the onset, I really want to congratulate the new ministers, the new members of the Council. Right Honorable Speaker, I really didn't want to speak onto this matter, but by the submission of the new member from Tanzania, I don't know really what the Council want the Committee of General Purpose to do. This really, Honorable Speaker, remind me of an old story in the Bible. There is a prophet called Balaam, and there is a king which was called Balak. And Balak wanted Balaam to curse the Israelites, but Balaam couldn't because Balaam was hearing the voice of the Lord. So now, returning this budget again to the general purpose, they will do the same thing because they're going according to the rules and regulations. There's no way they can bring something which is different. In Article 49 of the Treaty of Establishment of the ESC, Article 49B is that the Assembly has to debate and pass the budget. Where this debate is coming from, Right Honorable Speaker, is when there is different opinions. You cannot just pass without debating. And that's why I'm a member of Account Committee for 5 years now. Why the Account Committee goes and audit and bring the institution so that they see who is doing well, who is not doing well, who needs more money, and this to be appropriated by the general purpose. So if they're not doing this and they're just set to have, they can't appropriate, they can't do this, they have to just go with what the council is saying. What is the use, Right Honorable Speaker? We have been on this for three full months. We were supposed to start our tour on the 27th of September. The Assembly is the victimized in this. We are not working. And yet the Council of Ministers has also to understand that, you know, the Assembly has really relaxed its standard. Because if it's not of that, we couldn't have been in this sitting now, again, going through the same thing.
And yet the council come with the different stories, right? Honorable Speaker, we really need your guidance on this. I think the general purpose, if they are given the same budget, they will bring it the same as Balaam did. He couldn't curse the Israelis because he was hearing the voice of the Lord, though he was paid money. Now the assembly is going by the laws, by the treaty. So there's no way we go and change and relax our measures more than this, right, Honorable Speaker. I really support the report of the general purpose, and I support that I request the council really to understand and be on the same page so that this community can go ahead. Because all of us are claiming that we want the benefit and the welfare of the citizens of the East Africa community.
Thank you.
I beg to take the right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable.
Information, right, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry?
Information, right, Honorable Speaker.
Information about what?
About Article 132.2.
Is it an information? No.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Article 132.
Honorable Clement, it's
Yes,
not an
Honorable Speaker.
That's not an information. Let's go to Honorable Dorothy.
And quickly.
Honorable Dorothy. Are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dorothy.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to give me the floor. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, please. We are hearing you.
Do you, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I have a problem of connection of network.
I think you have a problem with your network. Let's go to
No, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, let me give the position of DRC, please.
Okay, if the microphone is okay.
If you are hearing me, let me give the position of our country. Can I go ahead, Mr. Speaker?
Procedure.
Yes, Honorable Makame.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Makame, let me finish, Honorable Makame, please.
Procedure. Mr. Speaker, members are supposed
Mr. Speaker, we maintain the position of DRC. We are a sovereignty country. Our minister right to the community and give the position of DRC. It is the same position we maintain up to today.
Order.
You remember last time I tell you that you can use wisdom to resolve this matter.
No, order.
Are you hearing me, Mr. Speaker?
I said order.
No.
Order. Let me finish, Honorable Member.
No, order and procedure is a part of the procedure. Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'm raising a point of procedure on Honorable Dorothy. Honorable Dorothy, the Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo, is in this house.
She cannot replace.
And he will make his own statement on behalf of the government of the DRC. But for you, you are members of the Eala. You have to support the position of the Eala, and you have to interact on your own behalf, seeing the minister of the DRC in this house, not on behalf of the government of the DRC. DRC, the government, the minister of the EAC, of regional integration, is in this house. You are out of the order. If you have a point, you have to debate based on the report of the GP only. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You're welcome.
For that clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dorothy.
Further clarification to Honorable Dorothy, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to tell Honorable Dorothy and the colleagues that are thinking like her that this report of the General Purpose Committee was signed by 3 members from DRC. Yes. So this means already DRC has its stand. It's with the assembly. There is no member that can give a portion of the country without being the head of summit or even the EAC minister or attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Magembe, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate the new members. I'd like to congratulate especially my learned brother, the Honorable Stephen Baibato, a fellow Youth League member. We are very proud of you and very happy to have you here at Eala. And then, Honorable Speaker, I would also like to congratulate you for all the work that you're doing behind the scenes and even here in the House to try and resolve this stalemate. And I know you're working tirelessly behind closed doors because I field a few of your phone calls from time to time. So I would like to congratulate you and your staff for the work that you're doing. Now, Honorable Speaker, I had said I was not going to speak today because in our last session, I spoke extensively and I gave my position as to what I think should be done and what is going on. But there have been a few members who have been saying a few things that I don't agree with, and I thought that I should add my voice again to clarify these issues. The first issue that I want or I would like to debate against is this issue of saying that foreign ministers can write letters to block a budget without their heads of state being informed, or they can't do it on behalf of their heads of state. This is not the first time this is being done. I made this point last time. The first time this was done was by the Republic of Rwanda when they blocked the Kasoa bill because they did not agree with some of the requirements for the person who is supposed to head Kasoa. The minister wrote a letter and it was respected. The minister from the United Republic of Tanzania wrote a letter. Clearly, the United Republic of Tanzania and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs understands the rules and regulations. And as the minister himself, the Honorable January Yusuf Makamba, said that it is quite offensive that a member should bring up that a minister can write a letter or state a position of this magnitude without...
Honorable Magembe, you are right. Yes. That's why we are here. If we had listened or followed what some members said, we would not have been here. We are here because we received those letters.
Okay.
And we proceeded as official ones. That's why we are here.
Okay. So let me proceed to providing a solution. Hello. Yes, thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, being a lawyer, and we have many lawyers inside the House, there are many ways of looking at legal interpretation. You have black letter lawyers who just look at what the words read in the sections, and there are many holistic approaches into reading the law. But one of the ones which I found very, very interesting in my third year doing legal jurisprudence is the legal method of what is called American realism. American realism, in short, looks at what is realistic. What is realistic in the situation that we're in? If I am a judge, what is realistic? If I see, sorry? Yeah, so if I see as a judge that I have a young family member who shot a robber in self-defense or in protection of his family, am I going to give this person 8, 10, 15 years? Is it realistic?
Honorable Magembe, you have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I move under Rule 30 to suspend Rule 11 on hours of debate. And this is a motion without notice under Rule 30 to suspend Rule 11 to allow us conclude debate on this matter. Right, Honorable?
Are you second?
To suspend, yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Very good. We can.
Seconded, Siranda.
Uganda?
Yes, seconded, Gerard Siranda.
Yes, even you continue, proceed. Honorable Magembe.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Have you finished?
So,
conclude.
No, I haven't finished making my point. My point being that American realism is a form of statutory interpretation where the judge or the person making the interpretation looks at what is realistic and what is realistically acceptable or what is realistically possible at the time that they're making their judgment. And while my colleagues, a lot of my colleagues have been making very, very strong cases for reallocations across votes, and my brother, Honorable James Olemilia, made the opposite assertion. I think that an overall view of persons who are being realistic is that we cannot force this position and make a vote today and expect that it will carry the day. The United Republic of Tanzania has been very clear as to their position, and they have stood by their position since June until now in October. In our last plenary, the minister, the Honorable January Yusuf Makamba, was very accommodating. And what was agreed, if I remember, was that that the budget would go back to GP to look at the duplications. But the minister's budget was the one that was going to pass. And this is what the minister agreed to. Now, I am not here to debate whether the minister was right or wrong. And I believe that, what I do believe, however, is that if a partner state has made a position clear, we cannot continue to beat the horse dead over and over again and thinking that we're going to get a different result. So, looking at the position of American realism, we have to look at what is realistic. What is realistic? How do we move forward? And in my opinion, the ministers have made a concession by finding 570,000 United States dollars for the House to do oversight. They have been as flexible as they can be. There are two partner states that hold strong positions, and the House, on their part, has made it very, very clear that they are safeguarding their position with regards to their ability to make decisions with regards to the budget. But realistically, we will not be able to move forward if we hold this hardline position. My opinion, Right Honorable Speaker, without wasting too much time, since we already have a motion to curtail the debate, is that the House, and it pains me to say it, but I think that the House should relent from their reallocation of the 60-odd thousand, and we should pass the budget the way the United Republic of Tanzania wants it to be passed, and then we can ask the ministers to bring the 60 or 70,000 extra in the form of a supplementary. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now we have Honorable Alodi, and then we have Honorable from Uganda, who's I see, I'm not seeing.
Well, Speaker, this is Siranda. I want to say something regarding Honorable Magembe's debate.
Honorable Dr. Shogu. But Siranda, you had the floor before. If others want to talk, let the others talk. Yes. Honorable Alodi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will also be brief in the youthful spirit that Honorable Winnie has also shown. And I'd like to put my submission to actually look at, to look at how we set precedents, in the sense that I think we should probe the records of the House to look at whether we have been able to do reallocations as Eala before, and whether we can put that as a precedent to actually allow us to do it as of this moment. Because I believe, maybe I am new again in this parliament, but maybe the honorable members who have been here before can tell me whether we have been allowed to actually do reallocations before, because I think that can set precedents of whether we can do it or not. That's my submission, Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker.
Look, the young ones are very, 1 minute I've finished, but others. So you are proposing that we ask to. Do we have a, how can we proceed? Is it possible to get them respond right now? But I think that instead of going to the, my clerk has advised me that the CTC is the one who could respond immediately to this question. If we are Eala 5, I see him, I am seeing him, he's there in the back. This is the Eala 5. It has been Eala 1, Eala 2, Eala 3, Eala 4. We have some members who have been Eala 4. And we have one who was the chair of GP in Eala 4. These things about reallocation it had never happened before. CTC guide us. And this is one, as I have the floor, I have, maybe the document I have is right or wrong, but what I'm seeing that reallocation that have been made by GP had even followed this instruction, no, not instruction, but guidance from partner states, some partner states. I see one reallocation, East African Secretariat. 2, reallocation, Office of Secretary General. 3, reallocation, East African Secretariat. 4, reallocation, East African Court of Justice. Maybe that's where we have some, I don't know. 5, reallocation, East African Secretariat. 6, reallocation, East African Secretariat. 7, reallocation, East African Secretariat. And there are reallocation within organizational institution. And as I see, East African Secretariat 8, 9, East African Court of Justice, again, 10, Eala, 11, internal, yes, internal relocation. That's what I mean. Meaning that I wish maybe, because we are all following a kind of everyone a goodwill of reaching a good budget. That's why maybe let's listen to the CTC, and after getting his guidance, I'll consider what to do, what will be the next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the reallocation should be within votes, and that is anchored on the fact that
procedure,
that you have to consider policy
procedure.
So if you are to,
I asked the question about whether we have been able to do it before, not his interpretation.
To the best of my recollection, Right Honorable Speaker, the reallocation that you have been doing is within votes. But if the honorable member is asking what has happened since the assembly started almost 23 years, that is a question that requires for me to look at all the answers. But what I can say off cuff is that you do reallocations within votes, not across votes. And that is because of the policy considerations.
Consider, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to raise a procedural issue here that the committee has sufficient ground to indicate that those amount of money that we did reallocation was in consultation with the various organs and institutions and the persons concerned. And they agreed with us that these items do not meet the threshold of being there. Therefore, we will propose that these items cannot be appropriated, and we can appropriate items that we believe meet the threshold, if that is the contention. We will do the same like we did during the supplementary budget. We will not appropriate those items and approve the budget at 103 and reduce all those costs and appropriate a budget of less than 103 million. I beg to submit.
Information, Honorable Speaker. Information.
Yes, information.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to confirm that since 2017, I've been a member of GP since 2017. You will recollect those who were in Nairobi with the late KK, not the late Kirunda Kivejinja, who was the minister from Uganda. May his soul rest in peace. We were able to reallocate across all votes when we were able to get 6 plenaries over 21 days. And the ministers agreed with us. That's number one. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, further information. And I do not know whether there is any minister or member of parliament, and now I know why we are colonized by Europeans. I do not know if there's any minister who would want wastage. I give information on one example. When we are cross-examining the secretariat, we asked them, they have $90,000 for delivering letters and parcels to partner states. We asked them to bring evidence if they spent this money in the last financial year. They failed to bring that evidence. Right Honorable Speaker, the members must know that it is not only URT and DRC who are members of ESC. We also come from partner states. If they want to perpetuate an illegality, some of our partner states will never, ever accept that illegality. You may cure the problem of DRC and URT. Tomorrow you have a problem with Uganda. I can assure you. You have a problem of Rwanda. You may have a problem of Burundi. You may have a problem of South Sudan. Therefore, we must balance. There is no partner state that is better than another. We are all in this community together. The Honorable Minister from Tanzania is a minister like my minister from Uganda. They all have the same mandate. Therefore, if we are to move forward, we either make this community or we break it. We have agreed with CTC here. I'm shocked, Right Honorable Speaker, that CTC speaks English in the morning, at lunch he speaks Uganda, in the night he speaks Swahili. We met him just before we came here with the chairperson, together with the Secretary General. In fact, it's SG who bulldozed us to go to his office. And we agreed in principle. He can deny it, he's here. We agreed on the reallocations. We said the ones within the votes are very okay. And even the two, we agreed they are very okay. And we said, if they have those issues, they will come in a supplementary. So if we agree to move this community right now, Speaker, we make it. If we want to break it, it is up to the Council of Ministers to break it. I beg to submit.
Information. Right Honorable Speaker, we totally agreed on all these items in the office of the Secretary General, myself, Honorable Namara, and the CTC, and the East, and when we came in, and the Secretary General instructed the CTC to come and continue as we agreed. Now, where is this position where they're now denying coming from? It means we are dealing with dishonest people. I had mentioned this in the morning, people who lack integrity and people who wants to break this community. It is really mind-boggling that you agree on something and shortly people change. Remember, even the member from URT agreed that, yes, let's have reallocation within votes, but now again came that this was, we are not agreeing. So that indicates that there is a hand behind. And more honorable members who are online, you should understand that we had agreed on these items yesterday. In the morning, the Secretariat jumped. They formed a committee of 10, which did not exist. And then convinced council this existed. At the end of the day, council looked as if they were not serious. Now we agreed, they are now also turning around. So this is a total dishonesty and lack of integrity on the officers of this community. And I will ask members that we should be able to name people who are very dishonest so that they do not lead this community. And they could not make this community collapse because this is an act of sabotage that is within the community. If as the honorable members and the secretariat who are supposed to lead integration of this community are not integrated, how do you expect our partner states to get integrated? If we are the one trying to break out this community and then we tell our partner state, do free movement, yet you don't want to allow us to do free movement within the community here. What are we doing? There is total dishonesty and lack of integrity in the officers of this community. From the top up to the bottom, including us, I don't care. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, the situation is grave. The situation is grave. Is the SG around?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the SG is around, but I think he's caught up in some exercise or meeting.
No, the house is. What I do, I will suspend. I will suspend for how much time? I will take 1 hour. 1 hour, because I don't want any member, any stakeholder to say that he didn't get enough time to do what he had to do.
Clarification, right on it. Before you conclude on that ruling, I'm also requesting that as we suspend, you request also the council members if they can meet within this 1 hour.
Of course, that's why I'm suspending.
Thank you.
I'm suspending to allow the council members to be capable to, yes, to get
right, Honorable Speaker.
And
qualification
and to look for the SG so that when it will be
right, Honorable Speaker, something from Tanzania.
Sorry, I have ruled and the SG so that please CTC, we need him in this house because we have agreed on a lot of things. He is the #1 of the secretariat. We need him here. It is 7:15. We'll be back at 7:45. Thank you, honorable members.
Honorable Siranda. Winnie.
Resumption of business suspended at 18:50.
Honorable members, when I suspended this meeting, I had Honorable Dr. Shogo on the floor. Dr. Shogo, you have the floor. Are you still there?
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice on the budget that we have been discussing for quite some time now. First of all, I'd like to start by congratulating the ministers from the United Republic of Tanzania.
Your voice has gone. No, we are not hearing you.
Stephen Biabato, but also the two ministers from RNC and Rwanda. Hello.
Hello, Dr. Shogo.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm here. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here. Can you hear? Oh, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to add my voice on the budget that we have been discussing for quite some time now. First, I would like to start by congratulating the minister.
You are going again.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Come on.
Yes, I was saying I would like to start by congratulating the ministers, the 3 ministers who have sworn in today, the deputy minister from the United Republic of Tanzania, but also the minister from the Republic of Rwanda and the minister from DRC. Would like to welcome them, and we are looking forward to having a very good support from them in taking forward the objective of the EAC. Second, I would like to commend my colleagues from the Committee of General Purpose for the work they have done since they met in Arusha, but not only the Committee of General Purpose. I'd like also to commend yourself, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Secretariat as well. I understand the work that has gone into, and regardless of whatever the result is today, I'm sure what you have done it should be taken as a lesson, and nothing was for all the work was not for nothing. Right, Honorable Speaker, number 3, I think we have all heard from the minister from the United Republic of Tanzania about the very strong position of the United Republic of Tanzania in regard to this budget. And these are based on the 2 reasons. First, on the allocation that have been done across instead of doing the allocation within the votes. But also number 2, that the budget is not in alignment with their rules and regulation, financial rules and regulation, but also the police guidance and also the staff rules and regulation. But apart from that, also we have heard from the CTC in support of what the position of Tanzania is, that the allocation normally are supposed to be done within the votes and not across the votes. But also I've heard from my colleagues that previously they were able to do allocations across the votes. But I'm of the opinion that if it was done by mistake, it doesn't make it right today to do the same thing. So my recommendation to that would be probably to go back to the budget that was proposed by the Council of Ministers, the budget that we had in the previous plenary. Although there was
You are gone. Dr. Shogo. Who was the next?
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker. I think by the time we adjourned here, procedurally, you had requested that the Council of Ministers consult and perhaps report back to the House. And secondly, now we're also experiencing network issues. Maybe we first of all listen to the Council of Ministers because they had requested to consult, and that was on the procedural matter on which we adjourned. And then we go for perhaps more debate if that one would be in order, especially after hearing from the Council of Ministers. Wouldn't it be procedure, right, Honorable Speaker, that we first of all hear from the Council of Ministers, especially from the member from URT who had requested for this adjournment, and then we get back. Right, Honorable, thank you.
You are welcome. That's what we're going to do. Now I give the floor to the honorable ministers who want to take the floor. You can take it.
Honorable I am here.
Yes, honorable minister.
And I thank you for the short adjournment we had. And after doing the consultations, now this is what the position is, and it should be said loud and clear. First, Right Honorable Speaker, after the break, we went to do a further clarification of matters we have been discussing. And we have gone to the rules of procedure of the Assembly. And we have visited Rule 73, which provides for a bill returned by head of state without assent. And this is found into the East Africa Legislative Assembly, the rules of procedure of the Assembly. And the Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 1, Sub-Rule 1 states about what to be done when the Speaker receives a notification from the head of the state informing him or her about the withholding of his or her assent to the bill. Communicate the development of the matter to the House, as you has rightly done. And Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 5 says the bill shall then be recommitted for only those clauses to which the head of state objected in accordance with Rule 73. Now, before I go in there, I have heard some fellow thinking and trying to insinuate that the head of state from Tanzania is not aware of what is going on or did not do this. I will use the polite words to them, as one of the fellow members said. Tanzania is not a banana state, as he said, and we have had lists of numbers of times where the assent was withheld by different states. And there has not been any time in point where the hand of the president or the head of state has been seen on a letter having the signature that we assent to this one. I mean, we withhold assent to this one. So as a matter of procedure, several times for which it has been done by member states, it is this procedure which has been done and things has been moving on. So we assure you that the head of state is the one who is doing this as per the regulation and the procedures we have. Right Honorable Speaker, we have gone to refer to the letter we write to the clerk. The first one is dated 27th July, which was notifying him of our intention, Tanzania, to withhold assent. And he wrote a letter seeking for clarification. We then, on the 22nd August, sent the clarification, identifying on which areas Tanzania wishes to withhold assent and with reasons. Right Honorable Speaker, if you will allow me, I won't go into details because I know the others do not have this one, but we pointed out 10 areas of which the budget was supposed to pass, and we were concerned with only 3 areas, which was touched by the Assembly as far as the allocation was concerned. That was the East Africa Secretariat, the East Africa Legislative Assembly, and the Lake Victoria Basin Commission only, of which the 2, the East Africa Secretariat and the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, the reallocation was moving money fund from those institutions to other institutions or within those institutions. And on the on the East Africa Legislative Assembly, money was added to it. But now we have came to learn that as per the matrix we got, which was prepared by the secretary to the General Purpose Committee, it is inside, as I said, it is Annex 7. It is inside containing matters which we did not put forward as reasons for withholding our asset. And as we have said, if we go item 4 and item 5, we are not into our letter of the intention to withhold asset from Tanzania. So revisiting the rule I have quoted to you, Honorable, Rule 73 sub 5, that the bill shall be then committed for only those clauses which the head of state objected in accordance with Rule 73, now bringing up new issues which we did not object, is making this whole procedure go back, because we also now have the right to again object or withhold the asset to this new or recommitted bill for the first time, because there are things which were not reconsidered in the initial withholding of asset. So we think first, leaving alone that the secretariat of the committee has confused and mixed the matters in this Annex 7, because we can see there are items which they are said they are reallocation from organs to organs, while indeed when you go to the details you find it is not from one organ to another organ, it is the same organ, or institution to institution, but it is the same institution. But this is not our creature, it is the document received from the committee. So maybe they should have revisited it and get the proper areas where the revisiting was done from one organ to another and from one institution to another. Now, what is our stand then? We are of the opinion that, as said before, we are not arguing about the reallocation. What we are arguing for is, one, the reallocation should be within the organs. Number two, it shouldn't be altering the policy matter, as altering the policy matter is infringing the council's right, which is provided under the treaty. And number three, it should be in conformity with the laws and regulation of the community. But number four, if it is at this stage, the General Purpose Committee should not bring new issues of reallocation. It should be those matters which the state partner has withheld the assets, so that we don't go back and forth. So maybe they should go back and do their work properly. I know when we are looking for flexibility, that's the best way we can do, because there are flows which are coming up now and then. They should go back, get the other chance to sit down and see what was the cause for withholding consent, deal with those matters only, and maybe bring up with this consideration of reallocating within the institution, not going beyond the power they have of altering the policy matters, but you also shouldn't infringe the rights of the others, and it should be in conformity with the law. By doing that one, we'll be doing justice to everyone. And I should also, in concluding, Honorable Right Speaker, tell all the members that, one, Tanzania is committed, more than committed, to the East Africa cooperation flourishing. We are not here trying in any way or thinking to break the community. That will never happen under our watch. That is one. The firm statement from me, and I say it on behalf of my country, which is the member state. We are not trying in any way. We are not ready, and we won't allow anyone to alter or to break the community. Secondly, we are not here just trying to prove that we are better than the other, because this is not the first time Tanzania has withheld the asset, and it is not the only member state which has withheld asset. Our member state, others, if our fellow members of the assembly go to the record, they will see this is not the first time. It is a matter of procedure, and we are trying to lay down the good precedent for the future of the East Africa community. Thank you. I beg to submit.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to say that Rule 73 is returned by a head of state without assent. The letter received by the clerk was signed by Dr. Stergomena Tax, not Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Clement, I thank you. But I didn't get, Honorable Clement, maybe I didn't get you well.
Yeah.
You reminded.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I talked about Rule 73.
Yes.
It is returned by a head of state without assent. This is the rule quoted by Honorable Minister.
Yes.
As far as I know, the letter which was received by clerk was signed by Dr. Tax, not signed by Her Excellency Samia Suluhu. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Procedure.
We have a procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker. We are now at 8:30. And the way I'm seeing members here are tired. And we may not make time. I mean, we may not come out with good final conclusion even today. That's what I'm seeing. So wouldn't it be procedurally right, Honorable Speaker? Since the way I'm seeing, not all the council members are here. Wouldn't it be procedurally right that Right Honorable we adjourn up to tomorrow, 9 in the morning, to allow further consultation? Even us would like to consult with our council members. We would also like to consult with our members who are not here. So wouldn't it be procedurally right that we adjourn this house to allow for further consultation, so that tomorrow at 9 we resume when we have perhaps a better position to move this community forward?
Very good.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Another point of procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Mary.
Speaker. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been quiet listening in. And to my best of understanding, you had given a chance to the ministers, because when we adjourned, you had said that the ministers should consult so that the council now tells us the way forward. We have just heard from the minister from URT. We've not heard from other ministers. So procedurally, I think we are going around the circles, because again, we are having members now coming in. That is why maybe we should support the point procedure brought about raised by Honorable Rosa Cole. Probably we are tired, Mr. Speaker. We adjourn, and then we start by listening to our ministers first. Once the ministers are together, then we as the legislature can be able to listen to them. But right now, we are hearing from a few and not others. What are the other partner states saying at the level of the Council of Ministers? I wish to propose, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, point of, I don't know that I can call it procedure, but I can make it intervention on this issue.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would also like to build on what Honorable Rose and Honorable Mary has said, that really I don't see us proceeding much because one, people are tired. But secondly, from the time of GP, the council are telling us that they wanted to consult. So it seems they never got time for consultation. And I think it's also important for them to consult as also members consult further. So I was also proposing that you adjourn this meeting, but also request the council to try and consult among themselves. Because at the end of the day, as you rightly said, and we have all been saying the same language, we want to see how we can get out of this impasse and move forward as a community. And as I can see, they are emerging two positions, and every position, whether it's partner states, they have their sovereign rights, but also what the Eala is also saying as an assembly, they have their rights. But I think further consultation will allow us to probably get consensus. But I want to urge the council, if you allow, Right Honorable Speaker, that they try to come up with consensus, agree among themselves. I think if they talk among themselves, there could be something new for us tomorrow, as we also allow members to talk. But the word I have is 9 a.m. enough? Can't we move at least in the afternoon so that we provide enough time? I don't know, this is my proposal. We go in the line of the proposal made by Honorable Rose. But really morning, we are already tired. I don't know what type of consultation you do in the night. And especially now I'm talking even for the council, but also for members to properly consult. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, but we had a motion that was there to continue our business till the
procedure, Mr. Speaker. Procedure.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this house.
Yes.
Prior to 6:30 this evening, accepted a motion to suspend Rule 11, the rule of the House, so that this debate is debated to conclusion. And that motion is still valid.
Yes.
And as we are listening through, members are proposing that this house gets adjourned. And in that effect, to support the members, Mr. Speaker, and to support that intention, good intention, I'm invoking Rule 30C. The motion, first of the Rule 30 is a motion to be introduced at any time, and 30C is adjournment of debate. So that, Mr. Speaker, after invoking that, you can adjourn the debate until the proposed time, so that to allow consultations and that we resume with fresh energy, both us in the back bench and our members from the front bench. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have a
other procedure, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, procedure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
But there is a motion on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, before you conclude,
But
I was also to air my voice.
We have a motion on the floor. We need seconders. Honorable Namara, Honorable Akol Rose, Honorable Ndangiza. That's all. Now we can proceed. Even Dr. Oda.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I also second the motion to extend a little bit time to conclude this matter about adjournment. And I thank you for the wisdom to allow members to discuss.
The motion not yet finished. Right, Speaker. The motion is still on the floor that you have to put the question that we have to know if this motion has been adopted by the Assembly or has been rejected. So we have to conclude this matter of the motion first, then the Honorable Francois could come later. Thank you.
Honorable Makame, justify.
Mr. Speaker, as in the spirit of concluding this debate, the motion to suspend business, to suspend the hours of business was put before you, and the House adopted the motion. And now, Mr. Speaker, we are hearing that members are suggesting that we are moving in circles, we are moving forward and moving backwards, and probably we will spend until morning prior to concluding this business. And Mr. Speaker, for that particular reason, because we want to move together, and because we'd like to have greater and wider consultations between members, the back bench, the front bench, the chapters, I thought it was wise to invoke Rule 30C. That is the motion to adjourn the debate. So that, Mr. Speaker, you may want to consider this extended session tomorrow or at any time you may determine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Can you formalize your motion so that I can put it the question?
So the motion before this House, Mr. Speaker, is to adjourn this debate and effectively, because we are here for just to adjourn the House. Now this session, which is ongoing, to the time which you will determine. So if it is tomorrow or any other time of your determination, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
You are welcome. Honorable members, I have this motion, which is to adjourn this House to the time I will determine. Those who are in favor, raise your hands. Those who are against, raise your hand. Those in favor have it.
Aye.
Aye. Honorable.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
This virtual, we don't need the ayes and the nay.
Nay.
Honorable members, I know that DOGP members have been here since 7 morning. When they didn't even have food, the food they had, when it was time for them to go and bite something, they found the food had gone because they were still meeting. And they must be somewhere very tired and very hungry. We have to look at that. So, honorable members, we have listened to our honorable ministers. We have listened to our colleagues. It's good to consult. It's good to consult more. And I have got even from my clerks some points that could maybe consider. I mean, GP members. They wrote to me that propose reallocation from one organ to another. In order to address some concerns, the House could consider dropping the reallocation of $53,610 from Secretariat to EACG, the East African Court of Justice. Second, to drop $15,362 from Secretariat to East African Competition Authority. To consider dropping Annex 8 to be handled administratively by F&A Committee of the Eala Commission, since the areas recommended have policy implications. With this, I adjourn this meeting until tomorrow, when you can fix yourself the time, because 10, you are saying 9?
Afternoon, right, Honorable Speaker,
I
will be
think
better.
afternoon.
Afternoon.
Afternoon
Will be better.
After tomorrow.
Speaker, we can take afternoon.
Can have time to consult.
Yeah, I think it's better in the afternoon, because in the morning.
The chair will talk, chair will speak. When you
Can it be left to your wisdom, Mr. Speaker?
Afternoon is better. Afternoon.
Even after tomorrow.
I think after tomorrow it can be good. Mr. Speaker, after tomorrow it can be good for all
Yes,
of us.
after tomorrow.
Because we are tired. I think we can
Honorable
take
members,
another day, not tomorrow.
Let me listen to the guidance.
After tomorrow is too much.
Because
we
we
continue and
consent.
conclude this.
Honorable Speaker, I don't know what I should guide on, because the report as now is the property of the House. It's not the property of the committee. So GP cannot sit to consider a report that is property of the House. So it's a property of the House. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yeah, Speaker.
Mary.
Speaker, I think for us members of the GP who are here in Arusha, we are traveling tomorrow. And if we are traveling tomorrow, and now the members are requesting that the meeting should be on Thursday or tomorrow afternoon, it will be unfair for us as members, because where the costs of the GP are going to changing ticket, get another 2 days for the per diem of the GP, it will be the cost for the community. Therefore, seeing now we are allowing that tomorrow the plenary should be on 9:30. So the members of GP should be allowed to go and traveling afternoon. So I think with that one, Honorable Speaker, I think that we have to do it at 9:30 tomorrow. Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I do not understand how the Council of Ministers is going to be ready by 9:30 tomorrow morning. And also the fact that we are not even sure who is the chair of the council now, who is going to coordinate them. So many unknowns, Mr. Speaker.
Friday.
So many unknowns on the side of the council. So
I will.
Right, Honorable.
Yes.
Right, Honorable, as we stand, it seems we have a lot of hurdles to pass.
You are traveling to.
One of which is that we don't have a chair council. This is a council bill, and it has to be a chair council or a member of the council to come here, or even to be online to process this bill. So we really need to allow council to consult among themselves. One, to agree on the report that were presented. Two, they have to choose one among themselves and pronounce themselves that one of them is the one going to lead this process of processing this bill. So my proposal, Right Honorable Speaker, that since according to our rules, we sit on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we can as well adjust to Tuesday next week online, and we reconsider.
Tuesday is which date?
Tuesday, and then we look at the report. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, can I say something here?
No, I have to decide.
Mr. Speaker, use your wisdom and decide on the date and the day we can. Okay.
I adjourn it sine die. I select the date and I communicate to you through the channels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finish.
Waragiye.